Welcome back, brothers, to Hammer Lore. Tonight's story, we're diving into the lore of the Great Crusade. Before we get into that, be sure to like and comment on your videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. I've been killing it. Now, let's get to the madness.
The dead were still warm when the order came to burn them out of memory. Marek Voss stood in the killing wind of Mount Ararat and tasted blood, ash, and promethium on the back of his tongue. The mountain plain below the black ridges had been churned into a charnel continent of mud and bone. Craters yawned like open graves. Armor plates lay half sunk in the mire beside severed hands, big as augmetic claws, shattered helms, split breastplates, and the butchered remnants of men who had once seemed too mighty to die by any hand but thunder. Smoke dragged itself low across the ground in greasy veils, and beneath it, the last of the Emperor's first war-born giants were being stacked in heaps like slaughtered grocs for the pyres. No heraldry flew over that field. No victory cant rang from Vox towers. No priests chanted over the fallen, for there were no priests now, not in the old sense. The silence was more complete than mourning. It was administrative. It was deliberate. It was the silence of a truth marked for execution. Marek did not look away because he had already tried once. The golden hand on his shoulder had tightened until bone ground within the socket, and the giant beside him had leaned down just enough for Marek to see his own pale reflection in the black lenses of the warrior's helm. The custodian was motionless otherwise, a statue plated in auramite and old blood, his guardian spear grounded at his side like the staff of a god's executioner. "You will observe," the custodian said. The voice emerged from the helm grill, cold and level, not loud, not angry, not even stern. It was worse than all of those things. It carried certainty. It carried the force of a law that had never imagined disobedience. Marek swallowed against the rot stink rising from the dead. "I have observed enough, Lord." "No." The custodian's hand remained where it was, heavy as a vice. "You have seen death. That is not the same as understanding. Look again." So Marek looked. He looked upon the broken carcasses of the Thunder Warriors, the storm brutes who had torn down Terra's tyrants and drowned the cradle of mankind in blood so the Emperor's banner could stand over the ruins. He saw the scale of them laid bare in death, barrel chests split open to the ribs, hacked musculature thick as cable, organs the size of engine blocks exposed to the wind. Some had been felled by gunfire, some by blade strokes clean enough to shame machinery. Some looked as though death had taken them from within, their monstrous physiology bursting itself apart in red ruin. Others still gripped weapons in dead fists. They had died facing outward. They had died betrayed by no enemy banner. That fact screamed louder than any siren. The pyre crews moved among them in sealed masks and drab ash cloaks, pouring accelerant into mouths, wounds, and opened cuirasses. Servitors dragged corpses by the ankles and left red trenches through the mud. Mechanicum incinerators spat white fire in practiced bursts. There was no reverence in it, no pause, only process. Marek heard himself ask, "What will the record say?" The custodian removed his hand at last. "That depends on who is permitted to read it." Marek turned to face him fully then. The giant's armor was splashed dark from greave to gorget. Not all of it was enemy blood. The crest on his helm was scorched. His spearhead hummed with caged power. He might have stood watch at the gates of the first city ever raised by man, and looked no different. The 10,000 seemed bred not for war alone, but for the act of ending arguments so completely that history itself lost the courage to contradict them. "My name is in the sigillite's rolls," Marek said, softer now. "I was told I am to speak for the new age, to carry the imperial truth into the worlds beyond Terra." The custodian gave no sign he cared. "You were told correctly. And this is its first truth?" At that, the black lenses settled upon him with something that might have been the nearest thing such beings knew to approval. "No," the custodian said. Its first truth is victory. Its second is obedience. Deletion follows naturally from both. A pyre was lit below them. Fire climbed a mound of dead thunder giants and turned their vast forms into writhing silhouettes within a furnace glow. Fat burst in the flames. Armor buckled. A skull cracked with a noise like a pistol shot. Marek clenched his jaw until it hurt. He had seen battle before. On the outer wastes, he had watched rad tribes flensed by macro shells and had called it the necessary ending of barbarism. He had seen tyrants hanged from their own palace walls and had named it justice. But this was different. These dead had won terror. These dead had broken the techno-barbarians, the geno-princes, the corpse guilds, the pan-Pacific despots. These dead had made possible the very empire now erasing them. Why? Marek asked. The custodian answered at once, as if the question had never deserved contemplation. Because tools wear out, because unstable strengths become liabilities, because the future requires something cleaner than the beasts of unity, because the master of mankind does not build for one war alone. Below them the pyres multiplied, each new blaze turning the mountain field into a constellation of forbidden suns. Somewhere far across the corpse plain, a thunder giant still lived. Marek heard him bellow through burnt lungs, a sound full of rage, agony, and disbelief. It ended abruptly. A bolt round flashed in the haze. Silence reclaimed the field. Then the Emperor came. No trumpet announced him. No procession preceded him. One moment the ridge belonged to smoke, wind, and the hard geometry of dead things, and the next he was there among them, cloaked in white gone grey with ash, his armour taking the firelight and mastering it. He was not beautiful in the way poets lied about. He was more terrible than beauty. He was proportion perfected until it became inhuman. Gold and ivory, scarlet and iron, the face of a king cut from the idea of command itself. The air seemed to draw taut around him. Even the mountain wind felt leashed. The custodian bowed at once, fist to chest. Marek fell to one knee so quickly, pain lanced up from the stone into his thigh. "My lord," said the custodian. The Emperor looked down upon the burning plain, and for a time said nothing. Firelight moved across his features, but his expression did not change with it. Below, the last of his first armies went to smoke. "At the end," he said, and his voice was low enough that Marek felt compelled to lean into each word. "Mercy is a matter of arithmetic." Marek kept his eyes lowered. The words scraped against something inside him. The Emperor continued, not to comfort, not to justify, but to pronounce. These creatures were fashioned for conquest in the cradle. They served. They decayed. Their violence could not be shepherded into the long design. You mourn them because you think in the small scale of men, in loyalties, in debts, in the sentiment that service purchases permanence. It does not. Humanity is not raised by gratitude. It is raised by sacrifice, selection, and the removal of all that cannot endure. Marek dared to look up. The Emperor was still gazing outward over the pyres, as if speaking not to those present, but to the species entire. "Remember this," he said. "The future is not built from the noble. It is built from the necessary." Marek found his voice only because fear had hollowed him enough for it to echo. "And are men only material to that future, my lord?" The custodian turned his helm a fraction at the audacity, but the Emperor did not rebuke him. He looked at Marek then, and the full pressure of that regard struck like atmospheric entry. "Men are burden," he said. "Men are promise. Men are the clay and the hand upon the clay. They are weak in the herd, magnificent in design, ruinous in freedom, and luminous in destiny. I will make of them an empire that does not kneel to Xenos, witch, or false god. For that, much will be required." His gaze moved from Marek to the pyres and beyond them, as though the mountain could not contain the scope of his thought. More than most would willingly give. By the time he turned away, the conversation was over, though no dismissal had been spoken. The Emperor began walking down the ridge toward the waiting gun cutters and the ring of Auramite guards below. The custodian beside Marek remained still until his master had passed into the smoke. Only then did he say, "You heard him." Marek stared at the fires. "I did." "Then learn the shape of truth early. It will save you pain later." In the days that followed, Terra lied to itself with all the industry it had once devoted to war. In the barracks of the newly compliant nations, men whispered that the Thunder Warriors had been granted estates in the high Himalayan satrapies, honored and retired like heroes from a simpler age. In the manufactoria of the worker hives, it was said they had marched into the poisoned east to finish the last of the gene clans. In the water-cramped tenements beneath the old continental shelves, another tale spread, that they had succumbed to flaws in their making and died raving beneath sealed wards, while the Emperor wept for them in private. Marek heard each lie repeated with faith, with cynicism, with fear, according to the station of the speaker. The truth was ash on Mount Ararat, scattered by the wind across a land too exhausted to remember its dead for long. He was sent from district to district with packets of sanctioned language under seal, to meet officers, clerks, logisticians, and the first cadres of those who would become iterators. He was told to speak of continuity, destiny, and the onward labor of unity. He was told to say that old brutalities had passed, and a more luminous discipline now stood ready to carry mankind to the stars. When he did so, many believed him. They wanted to. Terra was a carcass pretending to be a throne world. It needed myths as much as it needed water. Yet everywhere he went, Marek saw the replacements. They emerged from gene vaults, fortress monasteries, drill cages, and sealed parade grounds in companies of grey, black, and unadorned plate. The Legions Astartes did not resemble the Thunder Giants, except in size and in the instinctive recoil they inspired. Where the Thunder Warriors had seemed like wrath given flesh, these new warriors were colder. Their movements were measured. Their stillness held more menace than another man's violence. They did not shout unless doctrine required it. They did not swagger. They did not bellow drunken boasts in victory halls, or pick fights with lesser men to vent old battle heat. They watched. They obeyed. They learned. If the giants of unity had been warhounds loosed from the chain, these were execution blades kept sheathed until precisely the right second. Marek watched a file of them crossing a launch field beneath the shadow of orbital elevators. Their armor was not yet draped in all the colors and cult glories they would later bear. It was stark, almost blank, and therefore more dreadful. They marched beside towering munitions haulers and lines of mortal soldiery, without ever acknowledging the stares that followed them. One of them turned his helm slightly as Marek passed. There was no expression to read, only his own mortality reflected back at him in dull armor glass. Above Terra, the heavens thickened with iron. Day and night lost their old boundaries beneath the passage of fleet traffic. Orbital docks blazed like captive constellations. Foundry rings turned around the world in hard halos of fire. New void craft, some still smelling of forge smoke, hauled themselves from the ship cradles on Mars and the orbital yards over Terra to join the mustering hosts. Troop landers moved in swarms. Cargo elevators screamed from the surface into the high dark carrying shells, tanks, rations, promethium, machine parts, bodies, and the endless unglamorous weight of empire. Terra had ceased merely to survive. It was arming its future. Marek was summoned to the western docking precincts under seal of the Sigillite and attached to a fleet element bound for Luna. No speech of diplomacy was prepared for him. No compliance lecture sat in his satchel. Instead, he was given restricted briefings on genetic infrastructures, Selena bioguilds, warded vault clusters, and resistance probabilities. The language was clinical in the way of butchers describing carcass yield. The gene cults will not be reasoned with? Marek asked the naval prefect overseeing embarkation. The officer, a scarred man in void black with one augmetic eye, did not even glance up from his slate. They will be offered the chance to be useful. And if they refuse? The augmetic eye whirred softly as it focused on him. Then they will be made useful. Luna hung in the void like a pale wound when the fleet translated into high anchor. From the viewport of the assault carrier, Marek saw the ancient scars of bombardment, the crater seas, the sealed hive domes, and subterranean redoubts of the Selenar, all wrapped in the sterile glare of reflected sunlight. There was no music aboard the carrier, no swelling proclamation of mankind's first outward triumph. Only boots on deck plating, clipped machine cant, the dry intonation of range confirmations, and the hard breathing of soldiers sealing themselves for war. The Emperor was on another vessel within the strike formation. That knowledge passed through the decks like electricity. No one cheered. Mortal crews stood straighter. Officers spoke less. The Astartes simply became even more motionless than before. The attack began without warning to those on the ground, and without flourish to those who delivered it. Void shields over the primary Selenar installations failed in 3 precise blooms of white. Torpedoes descended through the dustless dark on engines that glared blue. Orbital auger stations vanished beneath lance strikes so clean, the beams seemed almost surgical. Then the first assault craft punched down toward the lunar crust in waves, black against the white. Marek went with the second descent, strapped into a crash cage beside a squad of Astartes in blank plate marked only by unit sigils. No one spoke over the roar. Through the tiny vision slit, he saw the moon rise to meet them in a storm of ejector and fire. Defense lasers cut up from hidden emplacements. One strike clipped the craft ahead and sent it cartwheeling in a halo of debris. It hit the regolith and burst open, throwing burning fragments and dismembered bodies across the landing zone. The pilot of Marek's transport did not deviate. He drove them through the wake of the wreckage and hammered them down hard enough to snap teeth together. The ramp dropped. White dust blew in. Gunfire flashed. The Astartes moved. Marek had seen men charge before. He had seen Thunder Warriors descend into battle like avalanches of flesh. This was not that. The Legiones Astartes advanced with the inhuman smoothness of a thought becoming action. Bolters coughed. Selenar defenders in sealed ivory armor burst apart in sprays of dark blood and polymer shards. Return fire stitched sparks from ceramite and did almost nothing. One gene cult champion met an Astartes in the breach with a powered glaive and died in 2 seconds, his arm severed, his visor crushed inward by a mailed fist, his body kicked aside before it had finished falling. The corridors within the gene hold were white, bright, and immaculate in the way only places of hidden sin ever are. Purity seals of old lunar houses hung beside biometric locks and polished steel portals. All of it was ruined in moments. Bolter detonations turned walls into clouds of ceramic dust. Warning runes flared and died. Pressure doors were blown inward. Alarms began shrieking and never stopped. Marek followed in the wake of the Astartes, because to stop was to die. He saw the first flesh vats in a chamber shaped like a chapel and lit like an operating theatre. Towering cylinders of nutrient fluid stood in ranks, each one full of pale suspended bodies, tissues, organs, and embryonic horrors drifting in greenish suspension. Selenar adepts in blood-red surgical robes tried to purge the databanks before capture. One reached for a kill switch. A bolt round took his forearm off at the elbow and painted the console behind him with blood and bone. Another adept screamed that the stores were inviolate. An Astartes shot him through the mouth and moved on without breaking stride. Then the vats ruptured. Some burst from explosive rounds. Others were deliberately breached by chain blades and melter charges when their contents were judged unstable or redundant. Nutrient fluid cascaded across the deck in pink torrents. Half-grown organs slapped wetly onto the floor. Unfinished things, human in part and monstrous in remainder, spilled out twitching and drowned in air. The white corridors became slaughter gutters. Marek slipped once and caught himself against a console, only to realize his hand had landed in a basin of loose eyes suspended in gel. He gagged. The sound vanished beneath bolter thunder. In the deepest vaults, the resistance thickened. The Selenar had their own gene-forged guardians, vat-reared killers with elongated limbs and mirrored masks, fast enough to trouble mortal soldiery and strong enough to tear a man in two. Against the Astartes, they bought only seconds. A guardian leapt from a recessed alcove, talons screeching over ceramite, and an Astartes seized it by the throat, broke its spine across his knee, then fired 2 rounds into the thing's convulsing skull. Another guardian got within a breath of Marek and was bisected from shoulder to hip by a power blade that left both halves steaming on the floor. He understood then, with a clarity so cold it felt like revelation, that the Imperium did not simply conquer. It selected, it butchered, it harvested. The Selenar were not being punished for disobedience. Their moon was being opened like a carcass, so its useful organs could be removed and fitted into a greater body. Gene law, fleshcraft, reproductive mastery, implantation matrices, all of it would be seized, purified, renamed, and folded into the Emperor's design. Even victory was not enough. A world had to be rendered profitable. When the fighting ended, it ended abruptly. The last sealed chamber had been breached. The last defense node silenced. Surviving adepts were dragged out in binders to be sorted by function and degree of cooperation. Mechanicum retrieval cohorts swarmed in behind the assault line with data spikes, sanctified caskets, and tissue vaults. Servitors pumped the spilled fluids off the decks, while red-robed janitors bent over the carnage to identify what might still be preserved. Marek emerged at last onto a viewing platform carved into the lunar rock. The battle smoke hung thin in the low gravity. Beyond the shattered dome fields, Terra floated vast and blue-white in the dark, beautiful from this distance, innocent seeming, as if it were not built atop mountains of the dead. The Emperor stood there with a small honor guard, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing not down upon the conquered moon, but beyond it, past Terra, past the near void, toward the black deep where the stars waited. Around him, men moved with purpose, orders spread, seals were stamped, new chains of command formed around captured gene forges. The machinery of the future had begun to feed. From the Vox towers behind, Marek came the first sanctioned proclamations already being transmitted toward Terra. Victory, unity, dawn, a better age, the first true step beyond the cradle. On the homeworld, he knew, the crowds would soon fill the plazas and habstacks. They would cheer beneath banners and lumen globes. They would look up at the burning sky traffic and believe history had opened its gates to them at last. Marek looked once toward distant Terra, then back to the Emperor's unmoving silhouette against the stars, and thought of Mount Ararat, of pyres in the wind, of giants turned to smoke so cleaner monsters could inherit the dark. The dawn of a better age, they would call it. Beneath that dawn, the graves were still fresh. Mago's envoy, Chiron Vale, had expected diplomacy to smell cleaner. He had expected the old forms, processions of robed adepts beneath brass vaulting, choral emissions from filtered vox throats, data manifests presented upon electrum plaques, threats concealed within formulas of courtesy and machine law. He had expected Mars to receive the Lord of Terror, as all powers received one another in that broken age, with caution, arithmetic, and murder hidden behind ceremony. Instead, Olympus Mons smelled of hot iron, burnt oil, atomized dust, and ancient fear. The red world groaned beneath the weight of its own exhausted grandeur. Forge stacks vomited smoke into a sky already bruised by storms of ferric dust. Conveyor cathedra clattered without pause over abyssal processional ways. Lines of Skitarii stood like serried rusted idols beneath banners stitched with the cogs of dead forge clans and the sigils of still-living priesthoods. The Manufactoria of Mars had not known peace in an age. They had merely perfected the art of enduring civil war with liturgy. Chiron moved through that world as an instrument of the fabricator's provisional will, his lower body supported by a tracked chassis of polished steel, his spine wired into an exoframe that whispered Binharic invocations against atmospheric contamination. His face was mostly still flesh, though half his jaw had been replaced by a mandibular augmetic of brushed bronze, and his right eye was a clicking lens cluster that overlaid heat, pressure, motion, and threat upon all things. He had been chosen because he could speak both dialects of necessity. He knew how to talk to forge lords who measured devotion by output, and to Terran sovereigns who disguised conquest as destiny. He had expected to negotiate with a king. What came to Mars did not move like a king. The first sign of him was not visual, but systemic. Networked auspex, arrays across the lower ridges of Olympus, hiccuped in sequence, each machine spirit surging into impossible coherence before returning to baseline in perfect order. Damaged line servitors that had not functioned in decades twitched and rose from maintenance alcoves. A stalled ore crawler 3 kilometers downslope rebooted all motive systems without command input and began chanting broken maintenance catechisms through a shredded speaker grill. Data priests turned from their terminals with static hissing from their mechadendrites. Some began to murmur in scrap code prayer before they had even seen the cause. Then the void shields over the upper processional ring parted of their own accord. The Terran delegation descended through a sky the color of dried blood. Gunships black as old law settled upon the landing terraces amid clouds of red dust and furnace grit. Custodians emerged first, gold and terrible, their spears held at the angle of absolute confidence. Behind them came men of terror in dark bureaucratic robes, military officers in severe dress, and one thin scholar with tired eyes whom Chiron's lens overlays marked as a court iterator of some significance. Then the last figure descended the ramp, and the machine world seemed to inhale. The Emperor of Mankind wore light as if it belonged to him. Gold armor, white cloak, a face too measured to be called merely handsome, and too pitiless to be called merciful. He stepped down onto Martian stone, not like a supplicant seeking alliance, but like an owner inspecting a neglected wing of his domain. The storm wind clawed at his cloak and could not disorder it. His eyes moved across the assembled priesthood, across the Skitarii files, across the looming bulk of broken engines upon the terrace above, and he smiled with a restraint that chilled Chiron more than open triumph would have. Upon that upper terrace lay the carcass of a wounded knight, half collapsed after a reactor burst in a manufactorum feud 3 days before. Its heraldry had melted from the shoulder plates. Its pilot was long dead in the throne cradle. Tech acolytes had spent sleepless shifts attempting to coax the engine's spirit back into coherence, but every rite had failed. The knight remained a mutilated shell, one arm torn away, optic cluster dim, sacred motive tissues burned black. It was an emblem of Mars in that age, vast, crippled, still armed. The Emperor turned toward it without being asked. No one barred his path. No one knew how. He climbed the broken service incline and laid one hand upon the knight's scorched greave. No sigil flared beneath his palm. No chant left his lips. The act was almost insultingly simple, yet every sensor in Chiron's body screamed overload. Energy patterns ran through the dead machine in ordered sheets. Burned circuits reignited. Seized pistons unlocked with groans like waking beasts. The knight's head, which had hung at a broken angle for days, slowly lifted. Blind optics kindled a hard white. Steam and old blood hissed from vent ports. The war engine took one step, then another, and bowed its towering helm toward the golden figure before it. The gathered tech priests fell into silence so profound that the clanking of cooling armor sounded like gunfire. The Emperor's arrival at Olympus Mons and the treaty that followed are core lore of the beginning of the Great Crusade, and Mars's belief in him as the Omnissiah is bound to those displays over machinery. Someone dropped to both knees, then another. A ripple ran through the processional ring as priests, engine seers, menials, and lesser adepts made the calculations of faith in real time. Chiron did not kneel. He found he could not move at all. His logic engines offered mutually incompatible outputs in blinding sequence. Fraud, unknown technology, controlled machine override, psychic intrusion, divinity, catastrophic threat, omniscient manifestation, political deception at impossible scale. At his side, Magos Ro Talon hissed static through his grill and leaned in close enough that incense smoke streamed from the venting slots in his neck augmetics. "Do you comprehend?" Ro murmured. "What stands before us?" Chiron's vocalizer clicked twice before producing sound. "No." "Then I shall state the equation plainly. That is either the Omnissiah in the flesh, or the most dangerous fraud ever to draw breath." Chiron kept his gaze fixed on the reawakened knight. "If it is fraud, it is flawless." Ro's augmetic fingers flexed around his data staff. "Then the distinction may not matter." The audience chamber beneath Olympus Mons had been designed for things larger than men and older than mercy. Iron pillars climbed into a haze of incense and cable bundles. Brass choirs suspended in the vaulting emitted layered tones that made the air tremble in the lungs. Data serpents moved through channels of green light beneath the floor grills. The priesthood of Mars arranged itself in concentric hierarchies around the chamber's heart, every robe color and cog sigil signifying ancient rites, hidden rivalries, and the exact measured distance each faction desired from danger. The Emperor entered alone, or as nearly alone as any such being could. Custodians remained at the threshold. The Terran officers took their stations along the outer arc. The thin iterator stood among them with slate tablets clasped to his chest, face composed and unreadable. Chiron remembered him from the landing terrace and filed the image away. Men like that did not merely watch history, they sharpened it. The first exchange was not spoken in common tongue. It came as coded burst, Binharic invocation, legal theorem, and antique machine cant, all hurled across the chamber in layered waves. The fabricators' representatives cited sovereignties older than Terran unification, the rights of Mars, the sanctity of the machine cult, the autonomy of forged domains and Titan legions. The Emperor answered each claim with cold precision, conceding nothing, misunderstanding nothing. Where another ruler would have argued, he dissected. Where another would have threatened, he simply described futures in which Mars had either joined him or been reduced to slag and salvage after a war too costly for either side to welcome. The Treaty of Olympus is described as the alliance that joined Terra and Mars at the dawn of the Great Crusade, with the Mechanicum retaining internal autonomy and the Emperor gaining their support in arms, fleets, and industry. Chiron spoke when his turn came, voice filtered through doctrinal distortion fields. "You ask much, Lord of Terra." The Emperor regarded him. "I do not ask, I calculate." "And your calculation values Mars?" "It values necessity, your forges, your engines, your voidcraft, your capacity to make war at scale. You require protection, resource corridors, raw matter, recovered knowledge, and a species-wide order strong enough to preserve your cult from extinction in the dark. I require the means to carry conquest beyond one world. Our need is mutual. Do not insult either of us by calling it friendship." The words settled over the chamber like a ceiling plate. Across the inner circle, several archmagi shifted in their suspension rigs. One of them let data smoke vent from the prayer braziers hung beneath his throne. "And equality?" asked another. The Emperor's expression did not alter. "You have not mistaken this for equality. That was the moment Chiron understood why fear on Mars did not resemble fear on Terra. Terran fear, from what he knew of it, was crude and mammalian, the fear of pain, chains, and extinction. Martian fear was computational. It was the instant in which all outcomes were visible, and every one of them ended beneath a stronger will. The Emperor did not lie to Mars by pretending brotherhood. He did not need to. He offered the truth in its ugliest useful form. Submission would be rewarded with relevance. Resistance would be treated as malfunction. Magos Rho projected a ribbon of glowing sigils into the air. "You permit the creed? I permit what serves the species," said the Emperor. Murmurs rippled in Binharic static. Chiron heard the shock beneath them. Terra had raised a secular law against superstition, yet here its master stood before the priesthood of Mars, allowing them their machine god masks, because the forge output was worth the inconsistency. The Emperor's alliance with Mars has long been framed in law as a compromise in which his secular project tolerated Martian religious practice, because the Mechanicum's industrial and military capacity was indispensable. The thin iterator at the chamber edge lowered his eyes, but Chiron saw the recognition there. He knew hypocrisy when he saw it. He simply understood, as Chiron now did, that great powers called hypocrisy by nobler names when it was useful enough. The ritual, combat of negotiation continued for hours. Data oaths were spoken over plasma sensors. Sealants were heated until they ran like blood over bronze tablets. Steel choirs altered pitch to mark each concession. The names of Titan Legios were invoked as collateral force. Void routes were mapped in hard light above the chamber floor. Mars would build, supply, and arm the wars to come. Terra would recognize the Mechanicum structure, preserve its domains, and open the roads of conquest to forge fleets and discovery hosts. There was no joy in it, only the savage relief of predators who had decided not to kill one another yet. When the final Covenant shard was brought forth, Chiron added his own mark in machine code and old blood. The Emperor set his seal last. Something changed in the room the instant he did. It was not spiritual, though many present would later call it so. It was geopolitical, industrial, civilizational. Every forge stack on Mars might as well have roared at once. Every dormant dock cradle around the red planet might as well have lit in answer. The old isolation of soul ended there. Mars and Terra had fastened themselves together with gold, oil, fear, and necessity. After the seals were set, the chamber broke into carefully managed activity. Priests exchanged encrypted burst strings. Servitors hauled treaty slabs into shielded reliquaries. Terran logisticians began speaking in hushed, hungry tones about tonnage, timelines, fleet hulls, and ordnance output. The Iterator was summoned to a side gallery, where he joined the Emperor and a knot of senior Terran commanders. Chiron should not have followed. He knew this. Yet curiosity is only another form of devotion in some men, and in others, it is the first stage of treachery. He moved along the service grills above the side gallery and listened through a vented grate of black iron. Below, the Emperor stood over a projection map of the inner system. Fleet routes burned in pale lines between Terra, Luna, Mars, and the ring stations. The Iterator held his stylus ready. A general in dark armor spoke first. The first targets beyond compliant Sol may request parley. The Emperor did not look up from the map. They may request anything they wish. And if they delay, then they declare resistance. The general nodded once. How many appeals before sanction? The Emperor's answer came without pause. 1. Silence followed. Chiron felt it through the deck plating. The Iterator, that same pale scholar from the landing field, finally spoke. And if the resisting world is human? The Emperor raised his eyes then, and though Chiron saw only the side of his face, he felt a pressure in the chamber like a tightening vice. Especially if it is human, he said. The species has rotted beneath division, false kings, local cults, and inherited ignorance. Human resistance is not noble variance, it is pathology. We do not negotiate with disease beyond the first diagnosis. No one answered at once. The Emperor turned back to the projection and began issuing orders with the serenity of a surgeon describing amputation. Compliance is to be swift. Surviving technical cadres are to be secured intact where useful. Gene stocks, industrial schemata, void-capable hulls, and machine archives are not to be destroyed except under contamination protocols. Worlds that refuse will be broken publicly enough to instruct the next. I will not spend the future begging remnants of old night to join it. Chiron withdrew from the grate with his organic heart hammering uselessly against rib and socket. There it was, the hidden blade within the covenant. Not a federation, not a rebirth of equal fragments. A species-wide seizure by one will so immense it had ceased to think in terms men might call merciful. In the weeks that followed, Mars awakened like a god engine dragged from dormancy and kicked into wrath. Dockyards that had hung half-dead above the red world flared with forge light. Ship keels the length of hive spires slid from armored cradles amid cascades of sparks. Macro batteries were winched into place by crawling lift cathedrals. Reactor priests sang over new drive cores. Lines of thralls fed munitions presses until the floors became slick with machine oil and blood from collapsed laborers. Night houses recommissioned old suits and raised fresh scions to their thrones. Titan legios strode from sealed caverns in processions that shook the crater rims. The Mechanicum's war power and industrial mass are repeatedly treated in lore as essential to making the Great Crusade possible, from fleets and weapons to titans and expedition support. Marek Voss, iterator of the newborn Imperium, watched some of this from a balcony of red iron and said quietly to Chiron on the 7th day of the muster, "Your priests call him divine. Our laws call all gods false. Yet here we stand, building the same empire on both claims." Chiron regarded the void docks, where ships drifted in numbered ranks, too vast for any one eye to hold at once. "And does that offend your reason?" Marek's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "No, it instructs it." "Then you are learning Mars?" "No," said Marek, as another battle bark ignited its drives and slid into formation above the planet. "I am learning the Imperium." Together they watched the first true expeditionary muster gather in the black between worlds. Warships from Terra, forge hulks from Mars, Mechanicum escort squadrons bristling with antennae and gun decks, troop carriers swollen with the first transhuman hosts and countless mortal soldiers besides, supply arcs, tank haulers, ordinatus lifters, data vessels, hospital barges that would soon be full. The high dark swarmed with ambition so immense it almost passed for destiny. Beneath them, Mars burned red and sacred. Across the void, Terra waited in its mantle of smoke and old victory. Between the two hung the fleets that would carry mankind outward in glory, massacre, and iron necessity. The covenant had been sealed. Mars and Terra were bound now, not by trust, but by appetite, not by love, but by mutual blasphemy. And as the first expeditionary armada turned its prows toward the star-strewn dark, Chiron Vale understood that an age had begun in which entire worlds would be weighed, harvested, and judged by men who no longer remembered how to ask twice. Marek Voss learned the shape of his office in the Strategium, not the lecture hall. He had once believed himself a scholar elevated into service because the newborn Imperium required men who could speak clearly amid the wreckage of old night. That had been the gentle version. It had not survived his first ascent into the void. The Strategium of the expeditionary flagship was a chamber built to dwarf ordinary thought. Hologlyphs burned over a circular pit of brass and black iron. Fleet dispositions turned in cold light above ranked command thrones. 1,000 lumen points marked warships, cargo arcs, Mechanicum barges, troop carriers, bulk fuel hulks, recovery tenders, and the spear-pointed vessels of the Legiones Astartes. Beneath that shifting constellation stood the mortal officers of the army, hard-faced and ribboned, the robed adepts of Mars trailing incense and data cables, and among them the silent giants of the lunar wolves in pale warplate, their stillness more oppressive than any shouted threat. An expeditionary fleet was not a nation traveling. It was a verdict in motion. Marek stood beside the remembrancer rail, where no remembrancers yet stood, and listened as Lord Commander Hest Varkon, master of the fleet's mortal arms, explained the target before them. "The Nivean Concordat," the general said, gesturing toward the blue-green globe suspended above the pit. "Human stock confirmed. Multi-continental habitation. Moderate void capability. Surface macro sites concentrated around temple capitals and ancestral necropoles. Central sovereignty invested in dynastic kingship, styled as divine stewardship. State cult structures present in all major urban concentrations. Resistance probability high." The world rotated slowly in the projection light. Clouds swam over oceanic bands. Gold runes marked orbital defense stations and population density. Temple cities glittered along the equator like jewel heads on a strangled throat. "They have sent 3 transmissions since our arrival," Varkon continued. "All request audience, all invoke sacred genealogy, all refer to Terra as a lost province of their own divine line." A dry amusement stirred among some of the officers. It died the instant Captain Gaius Loken of the Lunar Wolves folded his arms across his chest. "And our first answer?" asked the captain. Varkon nodded toward Marek. The whole chamber did not turn to look at him. It did not need to. He felt the expectation settle anyway. That was when he understood. Not on Terra among burnt lies, not on Luna among butchered gene vaults, but here, beneath the hard light of a world about to be taught its place. "You will answer them," said Varkon. Marek inclined his head. "In what capacity, Lord?" "In your true one," the general replied. "Not as a philosopher, not as a historian. You are here to make them think our victory was always their destiny." The words struck with more force than any shouted command. One of the senior iterators, an older man named Cassian Holt, with parchment skin and the ruinous eyes of a sleepless confessor, stood a step behind Marek and spoke softly enough that only he could hear. "Understanding conquered peoples is a luxury for poets," Holt said. "We are not sent to understand. We are sent to overwrite." Marek kept his gaze on the world hanging over the pit. "With truth?" Holt's breath touched his ear like dead parchment. "With a stronger story." The audience chamber of the Nivean king was all polished stone, perfumed smoke, and fear disguised as sanctity. It had been raised within a mountain whose inner caverns had been turned into a cathedra of dynastic power. Columns carved as armored ancestors climbed into vaults painted with star maps, so old their errors had become doctrine. Bronze braziers filled the chamber with resinous heat. Along both walls stood helmed household guards, carrying halberds tipped with monomolecular edges bought, no doubt, from some surviving fragment of higher art. Priests in layered bone masks whispered around censers and reliquary poles. A choir of boys with shaven heads and inked scalps sang in a language Marek had spent the previous night learning well enough to answer. At the hall's end, beneath a halo of ancestor skulls fused into gold lattice, sat King Othmar, the 7th of Nivea, styled Shepherd of the Line, Lord of the Hearth Tombs, Warden of the First Blood, and by his own decree, a vessel of the undying spirits of his forefathers. He wore white armor chased in cobalt and old bronze. His beard had been braided with victory seals. A scepter rested across his lap, part regalia and part shockstaff. He was not a fool. Marek saw that at once. Fear was in his eyes, yes, but not stupidity. He had understood the moment the imperial delegation entered that his world had already crossed a threshold from which ceremonies might delay the outcome, but never reverse it. Marek stood at the center of the delegation, in severe black, unarmed, except for language. Behind him waited Lord Commander Varkon, 3 army honor guards, 2 red-robed Mechanicum envoys, and Captain Loken, with 5 lunar wolves in grey-white plate. The Astartes had removed their helms at Marek's suggestion. Bare faces could be more useful than impassive ceramite when terror needed a shape. They stood with a cold stillness impossible for mortal flesh. One of the hall's priests trembled so badly his censer chain rattled without rhythm. King Othmar lifted his scepter a fraction. "You claim to speak for terror," he said. "I speak for the Imperium of Man," Marek replied. The king's gaze passed over the lunar wolves and returned to Marek. "And these are your angels?" "They are the warriors of the Emperor." The old ruler's mouth tightened. "Then tell me plainly what all this ornament conceals. Does your Emperor come as god or as rival claimant?" There it was, as inevitable as gravity, the question that always waited beneath every envoy's poetry. Marek answered with the smoothness Holt had drilled into him until the phrases felt cut into the inside of his mouth. "The Emperor is no god. He is the highest and most complete expression of mankind's destiny. He is the sovereign reason by which the species shall be reunited. He does not seek your worship. He demands your obedience, your renunciation of superstition, and your compliance with the lawful order by which humanity will master the stars." A murmur of outrage moved through the priests. Even the household guards shifted. King Othmar leaned forward upon his throne. No god, yet obedience absolute. No worship, yet all altars overturned. You ask us to abandon the dead, break the line, and kneel to a distant warlord who forbids prayer while speaking with the tongue of revelation. Marek smiled then, small and sorrowing, as Holt had taught him. "I ask you to survive the age to come." For a heartbeat he thought, the king might yield. He saw it in the tightening around the old man's eyes, the tiny tremor in the fingers around the scepter. Then, one of the bone-masked priests stepped close and whispered in the ruler's ear. Fear hardened into dynastic pride. "We do not kneel to godless strangers," Othmar said. "You may carry that answer back to your master." The chamber changed without any visible movement. Varkon did not reach for a weapon. Loken did not step forward. The Mechanicum adepts did not hiss out a curse. Yet the instant refusal was spoken, every member of the imperial delegation became what he had always been, beneath the trappings of diplomacy. A targeting solution. A claim in the name of force. Marek inclined his head, as though the king had merely declined an invitation to supper. "Then, by the authority vested in this fleet by the master of mankind," he said, "I record the refusal of the Nivean Concordat to enter compliance." King Othmar rose in fury. Priests shouted. Guards leveled halberds. Captain Loken smiled for the first time. Back aboard the flagship, the campaign to break a civilization inside a single day began with calm voices and luminous icons. Marek stood beside Holt as the fleet's officers translated ceremony into murder. Orbital guns were assigned by Shrine District and Anti-Void Node. Atmospheric insertion lanes were cleared for the lunar wolves. Army drop zones were plotted beyond the first objective belts, close enough to exploit panic, far enough to avoid the shockwave of the opening strikes. Mechanicum acquisition teams tagged gene archives, machine temples, ore refineries, and plasma substations for preservation. It was all so ordered, so dry, so absent of passion, that the violence it promised seemed even more monstrous. Holt placed a hand upon Marek's shoulder. "Watch carefully," the elder iterator said. "This is compliance." The first salvo fell just before the world's dawn. From orbit, precision lance strikes gutted the Concordat's 3 highest shrine towers in bursts of white fire visible from half a hemisphere. Defense satellites died in silence, their wreckage turning above the atmosphere like broken crowns. Macro batteries built into mountain monasteries were speared through embrasures and transformed into internal suns. The impact was not designed to exterminate. It was designed to humiliate the illusion of sacred inviolability. Then the lunar wolves descended. Their assault craft knifed through the cloud layers in spearhead formations, engines burning like fallen stars over the temple capitals. Marek watched through strategic pict feeds as the first packs hit the palace district of Nivea Prime. Breach charges turned the alabaster gates into a storm of flying stone and shrapnel. Bolters roared in ceremonial courtyards. Household guards died in sprays of red ruin that painted ancestor mosaics in wet arterial fans. A lunar wolf crashed shoulder first through a bronze sanctum door, took a halberd blow on his pauldron without slowing, and tore the guard behind it open from clavicle to hip with one sweep of a chain blade. Another put a burst into a knot of chanting priests and left nothing above their waists intact. Statues of kings were toppled with melter fire and collapsed into molten ruin across the paving. Astartes were not merely shock troops. They were revelation by terror. Every channel that still functioned on the surface showed them striding through smoke, blood, and shattered sanctity like the embodiment of a law too final to appeal. By midday, the army was descending in mass. Columns of grav carriers and tracked armor pushed through the broken avenues behind the lunar wolves. Infantry regiments in drab combat harnesses fanned outward to secure hab blocks, transit hubs, and water junctions. Barricades went up. Vox towers were seized. Curfews were announced. Those who tried to flee the capitals found roads blocked by bayonet lines and tanks crouched at crossroads like iron executioners. Here was the second face of compliance, less glorious and in some ways more terrible. The Astartes broke the spine. The army held the body down while it thrashed. Mechanicum detachments entered before the fires had even finished climbing. Red priests moved through machine sanctums and dynastic vaults with servo skulls, incision rigs, and data spikes. Sacred engines that had served local rites for centuries were stripped of insignia, logged, and recommissioned. Ancestor archives were copied, filtered, and reduced to whatever might prove useful to imperial administrators. Cargo convoys rolled out from the undervaults, loaded with rare metals, archaeotech components, reactor cores, and embalmed gene records. Even in conquest, the Imperium counted yield. By nightfall, the war had become instruction. Across every surviving channel, Marek and the other iterators spoke with ash behind them and burning towers in frame. They announced the end of false kingship. They condemned the local gods as relic delusions of old night. They proclaimed the species united beneath reason, law, and the Emperor's inexorable design. They named the dead regrettable, but necessary. They named surrender wisdom. They named disobedience extinction. This was the final office of the Iterator, memory surgery, to cut away what a people had believed about itself and stitch in a stronger imperial fiction before the wound could close. Marek descended to the surface on the second night. Temple City Electo still burned when he entered it beneath army escort. Ash drifted through the avenues like dirty snow. The shrine domes had been split open by orbital fire, their interiors glowing with slow red collapses. Corpses lay where devotion had last arranged them. Priests knelt headless on sanctuary steps. Worshippers fused black against the paving where heat had caught them mid-flight. The bronze doors of the ancestor crypts hung twisted outward. A line of labor servitors dragged broken statuary towards slag furnaces erected in the square. He walked through that ruin, carrying a data slate full of civic decrees not yet written. Inside the greatest shrine, where 100 generations of carved royal dead had stared down from alcoves over the altar floor, Captain Loken waited with his helm locked to his belt and blood drying black in the grooves of his gauntlets. One of his warriors stood behind him, guarding the kneeling remnants of the city council, men whose ceremonial robes were streaked with soot, and someone else's marrow. Loken regarded the ceiling, where flames moved across painted ancestors. "It always ends the same way," he said. Marek stepped around the body of a split priest and looked up at the defaced vault. "With victory? With replacement?" Loken glanced at him. "You will write their new law tonight. Their children will mouth it before the week is done. In a generation, this place will be remembered differently." Marek looked at the councilmen, at the dragged statues, at the shrines still shedding ash into the air. "And that is truth?" The Lunar Wolf gave a small shrug, as though truth were a logistic matter. "Truth is what remains after resistance dies." Marek said nothing. He moved to the altar, activated his slate, and began dictating the first articles of the new civic creed while smoke coiled around the carved dead. "There shall be no divine kings. There shall be no worship of local gods, ancestral spirits, or occult intermediaries. All sovereignty rests in the Emperor of mankind, rightful master of the species and Lord of terror. The labor, mineral, agricultural, and military output of Nivea shall henceforth be tithed according to compliance law. All children of suitable age shall be instructed in the imperial truth. All surviving military forces shall be disarmed, screened, and either folded into the imperial army or expunged." He kept speaking until the old world was gone in language, if not yet in fact. 3 days later, the fleet made ready to depart. From the observation deck, Marek watched shuttles climb from the wounded planet, laden with confiscated archives, bonded labor cohorts, and the first tithe consignments. Below, the capitals still smoldered. Army occupation banners flew from palace towers. Mechanicum sigils marked sealed industrial zones. The surviving rulers of the Concordat had been reduced to administrative auxiliaries beneath imperial monitors. Markets reopened, water flowed. Vox hymns praising the emperor replaced the old ancestral chants. The world lived. It lived technically, biologically, economically. Spiritually, it had been opened with a knife. Marek thought of the old king's question in the mountain hall: God or rival claimant? He understood now that the answer had never mattered. Names changed nothing for worlds under the guns of an expeditionary fleet. The order to translate was given. Engines built to outrun. Fear stirred through the hull. The stars ahead burned cold and innumerable. Behind them, the Nivean Concordat spun on in silence, compliant at last, its shrines broken, its memory occupied, its wealth already entering the ledgers of a far more ravenous throne. Rumor reached the fleet before revelation ever did. It moved in that peculiar manner all dangerous truths do, half whispered in strategium galleries, half joked in officer messes, half denied in the same breath they were spoken. Men who did not dare speculate openly found themselves lowering their voices without knowing why. Army colonels who had endured decades of compliance without awe began to stand straighter at tactical briefings. Mechanicum adepts interrupted data streams to listen for mention of a single name. Even the Lunar Wolves, who already wore their certainty like inherited right, acquired a tautness that was not quite pride and not quite apprehension. Marek Voss heard it first, from a remembrancer clerk attached to the fleet's archive division, a thin, ink-fingered wretch who had no business knowing anything of consequence, and therefore knew a little of everything. "He is coming," the clerk said, while pretending to inventory campaign edicts. Marek did not look up from the compliance abstract spread across his desk. "Who?" The clerk swallowed, then leaned closer, lowering his voice to a reverent thread. "The first son." Marek let the silence lengthen until the clerk fidgeted. "The Emperor has many generals," he said at last. The clerk shook his head. "Not like this one." That was all he would say. It proved enough. Within the hour, logistical schedules were rewritten without explanation. By the second hour, fresh honor guards had been assigned to transit corridors that usually saw nothing grander than scribes and servitors. By the 3rd, the fleet's senior officers had gathered in full parade readiness, as though awaiting inspection by the Emperor himself. No proclamation explained it. None was needed. Great powers teach obedience best when they let men feel they have intuited majesty for themselves. The fleet hung above the world of Caradris, a high mountain realm of glacier seas and fortress vales, whose rulers claimed descent from sky kings older than memory. Its void defenses were primitive by imperial measure, yet vigorous enough to blood-careless attackers. Its kingship still held under a mesh of oath cults, ancestor rites, and war brotherhoods that made the world difficult to break swiftly without rendering its forges unusable. For 3 days, the Expeditionary Command had debated the mode of compliance. On the 4th, all debate ended because Horus Lupercal arrived. Marek knew the instant without seeing the shuttle dock. The strategium changed its pulse. Conversations died at their edges. Men who had spent years beneath the shadow of the Emperor found themselves checking their uniforms like cadets. Even veterans of old terror, those hard-eyed survivors who wore scars from unification and looked upon most wonders with contempt, displayed the small, involuntary signs of anticipation that belonged more properly to younger men. The remembrances along the rear gallery fell silent. Styluses halted in mid-air. Across the chamber, a naval commodore with a reputation for speaking over generals stopped speaking over a general. Then the doors opened. Horus entered without theatrical delay and gathered the room to himself so completely that Marek, for one stunned heartbeat, understood why lesser men mistook charisma for sanctity. He was vast, though in a different mode to the custodians, and utterly unlike the thunder giants Marek still saw burning behind his eyes when the dreams were bad. Horus carried his size as if it cost him nothing. The broad planes of his face held strength without coarseness, command without visible effort. His armor was the pale of the lunar wolves, worked with campaign honors and wolf iconography that managed to look both regal and predatory. His gaze moved over the chamber, not with the Emperor's crushing totality, but with a warmth so precise it felt personal, as if every man he looked upon had momentarily become the center of his attention. That was the first danger of him. He made men feel seen. Behind Horus came a small knot of senior lunar wolves, and, at a measured distance farther back, one of the Emperor's custodians, not as escort, not merely as guard. Marek understood that at once. The Golden Warrior observed the Primarch and all reactions to him with a black-lensed patience that resembled judgment withheld rather than trust granted. General Varkon stepped forward, fist to chest. The officers around him followed. Marek bowed with the rest. "My Lord Horus," Varkon said. Horus smiled, and the chamber loosened around the edges as if a pressure valve had opened. "General," he said, "you look disappointed." Varkon blinked. "Disappointed, Lord?" "That it is I and not my father who has come to inspect your work." Horus's smile widened a fraction. "Take comfort. I am told I disappoint in a far more companionable manner." Laughter moved through the room, cautious at first, then genuine. Even Marek felt the release of it. The Emperor never spent words to make ordinary men comfortable. Horus spent them like a commander investing in morale. It was not softness, it was method. He had the rare power of making men grateful for being commanded. The compliance briefing resumed, though now it scarcely resembled the dry machine ritual it had been an hour earlier. Horus walked among the projection hololiths, with his hands clasped behind his back, asking questions not to expose ignorance, but to draw men into greater clarity. He listened to army assessments. He listened to mechanicum projections. He listened to the iterators on cultural fracture points. Twice he corrected an officer, and both times the correction came wrapped in such apparent good humor that the officer looked honored rather than chastened. When Marek's turn came to present the cultural architecture of Caradris, Horus listened without interruption. The kingship rests on a triad, Marek said, stylus tracing concentric zones through the hololith. Dynastic legitimacy, oath-bound warrior cults, and ancestral mediation. Their rulers claim the dead actively sanction sovereignty. Break any one element, and the structure shakes. Break all three at once, and the world's identity collapses. Horus regarded the projection. And how would you break all three? Marek hesitated only long enough to arrange the answer cleanly. Public military humiliation of the reigning king, destruction or seizure of the high ancestor sanctuaries, immediate replacement of the dynastic myth with a unifying external sovereignty. We teach them the species is larger than bloodline and that the emperor's law supersedes the testimony of the dead. Horus turned his head and looked directly at him. Up close, the Primarch's attention had almost physical force. "You are Marek Vos," Horus said, "the iterator who persuaded Nivea to call its own disembowelment enlightenment." The chamber's attention shifted toward Marek in a wave he felt in the skin. "I served the fleet as required, Lord." Horus laughed softly. "As required," a dangerous phrase. It excuses nearly everything in our age. He moved on at once, but Marek felt the encounter lingering in the eyes of the officers around him. The Primarch knew his name. That alone altered how men measured another man. The Emperor came the next day. Where Horus's arrival had energized the fleet, the Emperor's descent silenced it. He entered the strategium with a retinue of custodians, and no visible need for them. Men did not merely straighten in his presence. They seemed reduced by it, made aware at once of their own limits, and of the immensity of the design under which they served. Yet when he spoke with Horus, some of that impossible distance narrowed, not vanished, never that, but narrowed enough for all watching to glimpse a terrible thing. The master of mankind had, in this son, chosen proximity. "Show me," the Emperor said. Horus inclined his head and did exactly that. Not by reciting every tactical line, not by drowning his father in logistics, but by arranging the campaign into a shape another sovereign could admire. Caradhris would be offered compliance with full honor forms preserved, provided its kingship renounced divinity and accepted vassal sovereignty under terror. If it refused, the opening strikes would be concentrated on symbolic institutions rather than production centers. The royal airy fortresses would be taken by the lunar wolves in person. Army mass would land only after the dynastic myth had visibly broken. The Mechanicum would secure the mountain forges intact. Iterators would impose the imperial truth before the shock of defeat cooled into martyr memory. The Emperor listened without praise. When Horus had finished, he asked only, "And if the king submits at the brink?" Horus answered immediately, "Then we let him believe he has chosen wisely, even if he chooses from fear." Horus's expression did not change, especially then. A stillness passed between father and son. Marek felt half the room lean into it without moving. At last the Emperor gave a single nod. "Proceed." There was approval in that one word, and the effect of it upon Horus was almost imperceptible. Almost. Yet Marek saw it. So did others. The Primarch's spine seemed to gather a fraction more certainty, as if a hidden wound had been briefly salved. Then the Emperor looked away and began questioning the fleet's quartermaster about munitions expenditure, as though nothing of emotional consequence had occurred at all. That was the second danger of the father. He knew precisely when to grant warmth and when to deny it. The compliance of Caradhris began in ceremony. The capital eyrie of Thronval hung upon a black mountain spur above storm-racked valleys and ice-blue chasms. Its towers had been shaped from the native stone itself, carved into spear-tipped cathedra overlooking glacial plains, where warrior clans had tested lineage in blood for millennia. The king of Caradhris received the imperial delegation on a bridge of bronze and horn suspended between cliff towers. Wind clawed at cloaks and banners. Below, the abyss swallowed sound. Marek went with the delegation, because his voice was part of the weapon. The king was younger than Othmar of Nivea had been, harder in the jaw and more openly martial. He wore dark furs over scaled armor and carried a great ancestral blade that had likely ended more domestic disputes than foreign wars. Around him stood oath thanes, marked with ritual scars and frost-silver helms. Priests waited farther back beneath hanging skull totems, their faces painted with the ash of line tombs. Horus took the lead, not the emperor. That fact alone unsettled the Caradhras court. They had expected the mightiest claimant to speak first. Instead, they were met by a giant who radiated command and familiarity in the same instant, a being who seemed carved for kingship, yet stood in evident fealty to another. "You stand before the Imperium of Man," Horus said, his voice carrying cleanly across the bridge despite the gale. "The long isolation is ending. Your world will enter compliance, preserve its strength under rightful human sovereignty, and join the species in its dominion of the stars." King Halvir rested both hands on the pommel of his ancestral blade. "And your father? Does he speak through you because he is too great to bargain with mountain kings, or because you are the friendlier mask of the same hunger?" Several of the oath thanes smiled grimly at that. Horus returned the question's edge with a smile of his own. Both, perhaps. Even Halvir seemed caught off guard by the answer. The negotiation that followed was theatre played over a pit full of knives. Marek delivered the formal promises of compliance. Varkon outlined the military settlement. Mechanicum envoys cited guarantees for industrial preservation. The king parried each point with the rights of blood, custom, and ancestral covenant. Then he asked the question Marek was beginning to believe every world in the galaxy carried in its lungs from birth. "Is the Emperor your god?" Marek answered before Horus could. "The Emperor is no god. He is the culmination of mankind's lawful destiny. He is the end of fragmentation and the author of unity. Worship is ignorance. Obedience is reason." The priests hissed like opened valves. Halvir's gaze shifted from Marek to the Emperor, who had not spoken yet, and whose silence by now had become its own pressure upon the bridge. "No god," Halvir said slowly, "yet he comes wrapped in the language by which gods are known." The Emperor chose that moment to speak, and the sound of his voice made the wind seem suddenly lesser. "I come wrapped in victory." No man on the bridge answered at once. Halvir's hand tightened on his blade. Pride and caution warred within his face. Marek saw the exact instant caution lost. "We will not kneel," the king said. The Emperor did not threaten him. Horus did not either. That was not necessary. The refusal itself completed the arithmetic. What followed was not a war so much as a lesson delivered at speed. Orbital strikes severed the bridge towers less than an hour later. The outer fortress rings of Thronval vanished beneath disciplined lance fire that left the central keep standing as a monument to its own exposure. Stormbird assault craft howled down through the mountain weather and vomited lunar wolves into the royal eyrie. Marek watched from command picts as they advanced through smoke and snow with brutal grace, bolter bursts turning oath thanes into red spray against ice-carved walls. Chain blades screamed. Frost glazed instantly over blood on stone. The ancestral blade of King Halvir was split in his hands by a lunar wolf captain before Horus himself drove him to one knee in the high hall beneath the line tomb banners. Yet Horus did not kill him. That was what Marek remembered most. The Primarch stood over the defeated king, while the hall burned, and the dead of Caradhras' noble lines sprawled in pieces around the braziers. The easier path would have been execution. The more spectacular path would have been public decapitation. Horus chose instead to have Halvir dragged onto the outer battlements alive, bleeding, and made to announce the acceptance of compliance to every surviving clan and fortress line in range of the planetary Vox. When Marek later asked him why, Horus answered without pretense. "A dead king becomes a tale," he said, a broken king becomes policy. The army followed the lunar wolves into the valleys in numbers sufficient to make resistance feel mathematically vulgar. Mechanicum cohorts secured the mountain forges and harvested data reliquaries from ancestral sanctuaries that had once been thought too sacred for foreign touch. Iterators descended with pre-written creeds and emergency education scripts. In less than a single day, Caradhris passed from proud isolation to managed submission. That night, at the edge of the burning capital, Marek stood upon a high gallery overlooking the valley pyres and found Horus there before him, unhelmed, watching the fortress city cast cinders into the dark. "You disapprove," Horus said. Marek did not startle. He was beginning to understand that Primarchs heard more than ordinary men were meant to reveal. "I serve," Marek replied. "That was not my question." Below them, the high ancestor sanctuaries were being emptied under Mechanicum guard. Bronze coffin engines and reliquary stones were loaded onto crawlers. Ash drifted through the frozen air in thin black streamers. Marek chose truth because anything else felt insulting in that presence. "I do not know yet whether we enlighten mankind or merely replace one absolute story with another larger one." Horus laughed quietly, but there was no cruelty in it. "Now you sound useful." He turned, resting his forearms on the stone balustrade like an ordinary commander discussing a campaign rather than a demigod measuring a world. "You think the Crusade runs on force. It does not. Force opens the wound. Myth decides what grows in it after. A world must not merely lose, it must understand its loss in the terms we provide. That is your office, Iterator. You are not here to tell the truth as philosophers dream of it. You are here to build the truth that men can live inside." Marek looked toward the pyres below. "Then you know exactly what we are doing." "Of course I do." Horus's eyes remained on the city. "My father makes empires. I make men love them long enough to survive their making." The words settled in Marek with the weight of cold iron. "And the other sons?" he asked. "The ones being found?" For the first time, something less than amusement crossed Horus's face. Not displeasure. Something nearer to contemplation, sharpened by caution. "They are coming back to him one by one," Horus said. "Each from a different hell. Each with a different answer to war. One builds order from stone. One hunts like winter made flesh. One burns with a zeal that will need a bridle. One thinks in engines and siege lines. One would rather master forbidden stars than let them remain unknown. Each is a blade of another shape." He paused. "And every blade changes the hand that gathers it." Marek remembered then the custodian in the strategium, the black lenses never leaving father and son for long. Later still, in a sealed observation corridor above the embarkation decks, that same custodian stood alone, watching Horus greet line officers and mortal logisticians by name, as if each mattered. Marek did not know whether he was permitted to approach, but the golden giant spoke before he could decide. "He binds them quickly," the custodian said. "He speaks to them as the Emperor does not," Marek answered. "That is not always a strength." Marek turned to study the warrior's unreadable helm. "You think the reunions are dangerous?" "I think," said the custodian, "that every recovered Primarch increases the Imperium's power and complicates its heart." There was no answer to that. The next morning, the fleet gathered for departure. Caradhris smoked beneath them, alive, compliant, and spiritually flayed. In the embarkation hall, the Emperor addressed the assembled commanders. His words were brief and forged for public hearing. "This victory is exemplary," he said. "Horus has shown judgment, restraint, and force in proper measure. Mark the method." The officers bowed. The lunar wolves stood taller. Horus accepted the praise with perfect composure, yet Marek saw how keenly he received it all the same. Public approval from the Emperor was never casual. It was coin, weapon, and blessing together. Later, much later, Marek passed a side chamber where father and son stood alone over a star map. He heard little. The Emperor's voice did not rise. Horus's did not either. Yet the absence in the exchange struck harder than any anger might have. There was strategy, projection, assignment, the next compliance, the next advance, the next fragment of the galaxy to be taken and rendered useful. There was no tenderness in it, no private warmth to match the public commendation. When Horus spoke once, low and controlled, the Emperor answered with a short phrase Marek could not catch. Horus inclined his head and stepped back exactly half a pace. The audience ended. As Horus emerged, his expression was unchanged. No ordinary man would have read the wound in it. Marek was not certain he did even then. He only knew that praise before others and distance in private was no contradiction in the Emperor's method. It was the method. By the time the fleet translated onward, Horus stood alone upon the command deck's viewing dais, watching Caradhris recede into a coal-black sphere crowned by threads of fire from still-burning mountain citadels. Around him, officers moved with renewed devotion. The lunar wolves wore their Primarch's presence like vindication. Servitors chanted launch sequence catechisms. The stars ahead waited in their cold multitudes, and somewhere among them, other suns were being found, other wars taking shape, other emotional fractures being folded into the imperial design. Marek watched Horus from across the dimmed strategium and understood that the first sun already lived in two forms at once. To the fleet, he was prince, victor, and the smiling face of mankind's reconquest. To the Emperor, he was also a weapon, honed by approval, kept sharp by distance, and never allowed to forget the hand that held him. Below, another reunited world burned in the name of unity. Above, Horus Lupercal watched the fires with the stillness of a man learning how to become indispensable. After the first few worlds, Marek Voss stopped thinking of conquest as an event and began to understand it as a rhythm. Translation, threat, descent, butchery, decree, reconstruction, departure, again, again, again. The fleet became a machine for turning isolated human civilizations into usable organs of a greater body. It did not hate most of the worlds it broke. Hatred implied intimacy. The expeditionary host dealt in function. It entered a system, measured resistance, identified yields, amputated what would not obey, and moved on while the smoke still climbed. Marek lived inside that rhythm until even sleep felt like another transit phase between violences. On Varos, a water-rich world ruled by merchant dynasts and cloistered ancestor guilds, compliance came with almost insulting ease. Their void stations surrendered after a single demonstration broadside from the fleet's lead cruiser. Their governors met Lord Commander Varkon beneath a dome of green glass overlooking inland seas and signed the Articles of Unification with shaking hands before a single Astartes needed to fire a shot. The populace was ordered into the plazas within hours. Marek stood atop the marble steps of the old Exchange Basilica and pronounced the end of the line cults, the abolition of hereditary shrine rites, the closure of all ancestral sanctuaries, and the reassignment of temple wealth into imperial tithe structures. Men wept, some from fear, some from outrage, some because the dead of their houses, who had governed the living through relic and rite for uncounted generations, had just been declared silent forever by a stranger in black. The statuary came down before dusk. Army pioneers looped industrial chains around the bronze saints of Varos and dragged them through the avenues under the watch of bayonet lines. Shrine doors were sealed with the Aquila. Priests and bone keepers were marched away for screening. The Mechanicum catalogued the Undercroft vaults and claimed the plasma exchangers hidden beneath the largest basilicas. By nightfall, the world had not changed in body at all. Its harbours still functioned, its markets still traded, its people still breathed. Yet the thing by which it had known itself had been cut out and lifted away with such administrative speed that Marek almost admired the violence of it. It was on Varos that he first spent long hours with Colonel Adrast Keel of the Imperial Army, a spare, iron-haired veteran whose face looked as though every campaign of the Unification era had carved a little more patience out of it. They walked together through the stripped central basilica, while servitors hacked ancestor masks from the pillars. "You do not look pleased, Colonel," Marek said. Keel stared at a line of kneeling priests being tagged for transit. "I am rarely pleased by work that calls itself merciful." They submitted. They did. Keel's eyes lingered on the youngest of the priests, a boy not yet old enough to grow a full beard, wrists bound, face grey with shock. "So we destroyed them politely." Marek almost answered with the approved phrase, the one about liberation from ignorance, but the words tasted stale. "The world remains intact," he said instead. Keel gave a dry snort. "A body remains intact after the teeth are pulled." That night, the senior governor of Varos was invited to the occupation table and thanked for his wisdom in embracing unity. He was made to sign the first tithe schedules. He was praised for saving lives. At the end of the audience, an order seal from higher authority was produced, and he was shot through the head for maintaining hidden contact with his former priesthood after compliance had already been declared. The corpse was removed before the blood finished spreading beneath the chair. Marek watched the dead man's retainers ushered from the chamber and understood another of the Emperor's smaller truths. Peace was not trust. Compliance preserved only what remained useful after obedience had been established. They left Varos with its ports active, its gods outlawed, and its treasury chains linked neatly into the imperial ledger. The next world taught a harder lesson. Sidranor was a mountain fortress civilization whose rulers claimed descent from pre-strife warlords and kept their years by an ancient dynastic reckoning that began, according to their own chronicles, on the day their first Skyfather slew the sun and remade it in iron. They rejected the fleet's ultimatum outright, not with hesitation, not with bargaining, but with a broadcast proclamation from their crowned archon, declaring Terra faithless, the Emperor a void-spawned pretender, and all who served him unclean usurpers. Varkon heard the refusal in silence. Captain Loken of the Lunar Wolves listened too, arms folded, expression utterly still. "Another appeal?" one of the naval prefects asked. "No," said Loken. Keel, who stood near Marek at the command rail, muttered, "So much for instruction." Loken heard him. Astartes always seemed to hear what men hoped to bury. "Instruction is expensive, Colonel," the captain said without turning. "Mercy is strategic only when it is cheaper than massacre." The order for planetary reduction was issued 3 minutes later. What followed lasted less than a day and outlived every prayer ever spoken on Sidranor. The fleet began by killing the calendar. The great chronometric towers that marked the Archon's iron year were the first targets. Orbital lances sheared them apart in pillars of white fire visible from orbit and half the planet's night side besides. Then came the fortress monasteries, the void guns sunk into the mountain chains, the dynastic mausolea from which the Archon's line claimed spiritual continuity. Assault craft streaked down through the smoke, while the Lunar Wolves made war with the speed of doctrine. Bastion gates burst inward. Gun crews vanished in red mist behind their own shields. Fortress halls that had stood for millennia became butcher chambers of shattered stone, blown lungs, and chainblade spray. Where resistance held long enough to be named stubborn, the fleet escalated. Siege patterns widened. Atmospheric strikes multiplied. Mountain faces came down in avalanches of molten rock and masonry. By the second dusk, Sidranor's ruling line was gone. By the third, its archives were ash. By the fourth, its old year names had been outlawed by decree. Marek descended with Keel on the occupation wave and saw a city where even time had been conquered. The plazas were packed with bodies in the collapsed posture of those who had died waiting for walls to save them. Fire ran through the lower Hab terraces. Statues of the Sunslayer kings lay broken in the avenues with their heads blown off. On the surviving Vox towers, imperial banners climbed, while adepts scrubbed the local dating systems from every surviving schedule, slate, and public record. The world would begin again at compliance. Everything before would be categorized, indexed, and subordinated, if it was remembered at all. Keel stood in a square full of civilian dead and removed his helmet. A child had been crushed beneath part of a shrine arch. An old man still clutched the chain of a prayer lantern burned down to slag. The smell was brick dust, hot metal, opened bowels, blood gone sweet in the heat. Pacification, Keel said softly. We use that word so often, I think some of the staff officers have forgotten it means this. Marek looked upon the heaps and could not answer. The colonel crouched beside a womanless world of male dead and dying, because Kidranor had sent boys and old men alike to the walls by the end, and touched 2 fingers to the forehead of a groaning conscript whose stomach had been opened by shrapnel. The boy tried to speak and managed only bubbles of blood. We killed the clock first, Keel murmured, more to himself than to Marek. That is what stays with me, not the bastions, the clock. Marek found himself thinking of the speeches he had given on Varos, about reason, about lawful unity, about the species delivered from ignorance. He could still speak them. He could still shape them with practiced authority. Yet here, among Sidranor's erased years, they sounded too dressed, too coy, too eager to hide the knife behind philosophy. When he returned to the flagship, he revised his next compliance address. He cut out the soft transitions. He cut out the pretense that all worlds could negotiate as equals, with the fate descending upon them. He cut until what remained was cleaner and more brutal. Submit and live beneath the Emperor's law. Resist and be broken publicly enough that neighboring worlds learn wisdom from your ruin. Renounce your local gods, kings, and ancestral claims. Yield your strength to mankind entire, or lose it by force. Holt, the senior iterator, read the amended text and nodded once. At last, the old man said, you are ceasing to flatter them. The fleet drove on. Some worlds bent early and were flayed gently. Some fought until their capitals became teaching examples. Some tried both at once and gained the contempt reserved for weakness without conviction. Always the same pattern. Astartes to break the spine, army to pin the limbs, mechanicum to cut out the useful organs, iterators to rewrite the surviving nervous system so the body no longer remembered being separate. On Jern's fall, a governor surrendered his world before the first landings and was executed after dinner for having delayed his answer by 6 hours while priests evacuated relics from the state catacombs. On Pelican Reach, the fleet never landed at all. The rulers saw the battle barges gather above their atmosphere and sent their own sons up in chains as hostages before the ultimatum finished transmitting. On Maroth, compliance held for 6 days before hidden cult redoubts launched a revolt from beneath the oldest temple district. The response was surgical and hideous. The revolt's quarter was sealed, flooded with phosphex, and left burning green. For 2 standard nights, while new civic lessons were broadcast over the screams. Then came the Xenos. The raiders struck the fleet's supply tenders in the black between systems, knifing out of debris shadow in narrow crescent hulls that shone like wet bone. Their ships were fast enough to draw first blood before the escorts tightened. They hit the fuel trains and recovery craft, not the warships, and boarded with the practiced savagery of predators that had feasted on isolated human remnants for centuries. Marek saw only fragments through the void-picked feeds. A naval armsman lifted into vacuum with half his face gone. A boarding corridor washed red in strobing lumen flashes. An alien shape, tall and segmented, helm crest hooked like an execution blade, opening a crewman from groin to throat with something that gleamed like living glass. The fleet's reply was immediate and without the smallest interest in understanding. Interception squadrons bracketed the raiders. The lunar wolves led counterboarding actions through ruptured hulls and freezing compartments where blood became lacquer on the deck. No envoy was proposed. No compliance articles prepared. Xenos did not enter the imperial arithmetic as potential converts, only contaminants to be exterminated. One surviving raider craft tried to break for the outer dark with captives still aboard. The flagship's batteries cut it in half. The halves burned separately and took the captives with them. Afterward, Keel stood beside Marek in the recovery bay, while servitors stacked sheet-wrapped bodies for gene verification. "No speeches for them?" the colonel asked. "No." "Why?" Marek heard the official answer before he spoke it, because he had spoken it so often for others. "Because the Emperor's peace is for mankind." Keel looked at the dead and said nothing more. Later in the voyage, the expeditionary host crossed anchor with another fleet for resupply and strategic exchange. Their ships arrived marked in midnight blue and dried blood iconography. Lightning forked across their hulls in painted serrations. Even before the identification runes completed, whispers spread through the docking decks. The 8th, Night Lords. Marek saw them only once in close number, descending a cargo gantry under lumen gloom, while their mortal auxiliaries cleared the way without being asked. They moved with the same transhuman certainty as other Astartes, yet there was something in them that seemed already half-shaped around fear itself. Helms fashioned like death masks, armor studded with bones and flayed trophies. A line of prisoners shuffled behind them in silence so complete it felt rehearsed. One stumbled. A Night Lord did not even slow as he backhanded the man's head from his shoulders. No censure followed. In the strategium exchange that night, officers spoke of the 8th in tones men usually reserved for plagues. "They leave worlds obedient," said one naval commander. "They leave them whimpering," another replied. Loken, who had shared enough campaigns with Marek by now to tolerate his presence uninvited, watched the data flow from the opposite fleet and said, "The 8th understand a truth others dislike. Terror scales well." Keel's expression hardened. At what cost? Loken looked at him with that same cold patience he used for battle maps and broken rulers. At the enemy's cost, ideally. Rumors of the 12th followed soon after, though the World Eaters were not then attached to their fleet. Their name came in casualty briefs, logistics requests, after action reports whispered over drinks by officers who had seen what the 12th left behind. Worlds taken in one night by slaughter so total that resistance ended before dawn could fully spread the news. Fortresses emptied not by siege, but by killing every soul inside them. The threat of their deployment alone, men said, had made more than one non-compliant world surrender rather than be fed to them. The Great Crusade's own records and later summaries repeatedly note that the Night Lords and World Eaters became infamous for atrocity during conquest, with fear itself becoming part of how compliance was enforced. Marek listened and adjusted his language again. No more promises of partnership, no more flattering talk of shared destiny without its visible price. He left reason in the speeches, but he stripped it bare and placed force beside it openly. Worlds would be told what waited beyond refusal. The age of polite masks was over for him. He had walked too many temple squares ankle-deep in dust and marrow to pretend otherwise. Months later, on a compliant agri-world whose rulers had submitted so quickly, their banners were still being repainted when the tithes were posted, Marek stood beside a provincial governor as the man watched his own harvest quotas triple under imperial requisition law. "This is ruin," the governor whispered. "This is accession," Marek replied. The governor turned, eyes raw. "We yielded. We burned our chapels. We dissolved our noble houses. We gave you our sons for levy and our ships for convoy. What more is there?" Marek surprised himself with the honesty of his answer. Everything. The governor was dead by sunset, hanged for withholding seed stores after compliance. The fleet moved on. Translation, threat, descent, butchery, decree, reconstruction, departure, again, again, again. By the time the next campaign cycle ended, Marek could look at a world from orbit and begin unconsciously sorting it into categories of breakage. Which symbols must die first? Which ruler might kneel? Which capital would need to be made an example? Which machine districts must be spared? Which local myths could be repurposed, and which had to be cut out root and stem? He hated that knowledge and relied on it more each week. On the final night before the fleet's next warp translation, he stood alone at an observation blister while the latest compliant world turned below in a lacework of city lights, prayerless now, taxed, occupied, and usefully alive. From orbit, it looked peaceful, noble even, a civilized sphere restored to the species-wide fold by the patient labor of the Great Crusade. He thought of Varos, kneeling while its dead were outlawed. He thought of Sidranor, whose years had been murdered before its people were. He thought of the Xenos boarding corridor slick with freezing blood. He thought of Kiel staring at civilian heaps while officers used the word pacification as if it were clean. He thought of Horus smiling a king into surrender, and of other legions whose names alone were becoming threats enough to save ammunition. Below him, the world glowed like an answered prayer. Only from orbit, Marek Voss realized, did the Great Crusade sound noble. By the time the fleet entered the Karen Reach, there was nothing left alive to negotiate with. The frontier system had died in layers. Its outer listening posts still turned in darkness, their signal lamps blinking into emptiness with no one left to read them. Ore hulks drifted open to vacuum, holds full, crews gone. A pilgrim transport rotated slowly above the fourth world, with its engines burned dead and its hull split from stern to prow as cleanly as if some great blade had opened it for inspection. On the inner moon of the primary colony planet, the macro batteries remained aimed toward the dark, where the enemy had come from. But every gun mouth was silent, and every bastion slit packed with corpses in uniforms stiffened black by old blood and freezing void frost. Marek Voss walked the station of Karen Primus beneath lumen strips that flickered over blood smears, boot tracks, and abandoned sidearms. The air smelled of copper, machine coolant, stale incense from an emergency shrine someone had raised in the final hours, and the sweetening taint of dead flesh locked too long in failing recyclers. Imperial Army breach teams moved ahead of him, chamber by chamber, finishing what scans already told them. No contacts, no organized survivors, no resistance, only aftermath. In the main astropathic vault, they found the living. There were 7 of them, or what remained of 7 men who had once been astropaths, station officers, or void ratings. One had torn his own eyes out and died with bloody fingers clutched around his face. Another sat against a wall of prayer script and giggled whenever anyone spoke above a whisper. 2 more had fused together in the corner under a collapsed data altar, not physically, but in terror, arms locked so tightly that the medici had to cut their dead hands apart. The only man who could still speak in anything resembling language was the station master, and even he could not describe what had come for them in terms that held shape for long. He was wrapped in a thermal blanket and shaking so violently his teeth clicked between words. Not ships, he kept saying. Not ships. Not right. Not right. Colonel Adrast Kiel crouched before him, gauntlets off, voice as level as if he were asking after weather. What did you see? The station master's eyes rolled white. Too many. Too close. They were in the dark before the alarms. They moved between auger returns. They took the orbitals first, then the moon ports, then the lower vaults. They had things with them. What things? At that, the man began to weep. Not loudly. That might have been easier to hear. Instead, tears leaked from him in silence while his mouth worked around words that would not form. Not men, he whispered at last. not even when they looked like men. Keel turned away after that, face carved deeper than before. Marek looked through the station's shattered observation blister and saw the system below them. 3 inhabited worlds, 1 dead forge moon, a necklace of stations and convoy waypoints stretching out toward the galactic north, where the stars seemed thinner and colder than those nearer Terra. Smoke smeared one atmosphere in continent-wide bruises. On another world, the night side glowed with too many fires to count. It did not feel like rebellion. It did not feel like the familiar work of compliance. It felt like a threshold, after which the Imperium's old assumptions no longer held. The first reports named the enemy cautiously, as if a proper title might somehow lessen the obscenity of it. Rangda. Then came other names, fragmented through damaged databanks and survivor madness. Cerebvores, Osivores, things from the Halo Dark. Whatever they were called, the effect was the same. Expeditionary fleets vanished. Frontier worlds stopped answering. Titan legions were committed and did not return. Whole sectors in the north and east burned fast enough that strategic projections on the command decks of 100 fleets had to be redrawn every day, simply to account for fresh absence. The Rangdan Xenocides are consistently described in surviving lore as among the worst wars of the Great Crusade, with entire fleets lost, multiple legions committed, and losses on a scale not exceeded until the Horus Heresy. The fleet did not so much join the war as get swallowed by it. One week, Marek was drafting compliance terms for a tributary world at the edge of a compliant cluster. The next, he stood in a northern war muster, where individual victories no longer mattered, because they vanished beneath the rate of imperial loss. Hololith maps no longer showed isolated campaigns. They showed bleeding, systems extinguished, supply corridors broken, recovery efforts abandoned because fresh emergencies outpaced the worth of salvage. Army hosts, numbering in the millions, were rerouted and consumed. Mechanicum flotillas became mobile charnel houses and repair shrines. The names of legions appeared and disappeared across the campaign boards, not as grand heraldry, but as expenditure. And at the center of more and more of those boards stood the First Legion. The Dark Angels arrived without fanfare and gathered dread to themselves simply by being present. Marek had heard stories before. The First and Eldest Legion, the Emperor's original executioners, the keepers of weapons and permissions no other sons were trusted to bear. Like most stories told in the void, half were likely distortions and half inadequate. The truth walked ashore from black warships under seals of silence and looked at the rest of the crusade as though it were merely the latest inconvenience placed in the path of a far older duty. They were not knightly in any way that comforted mortal men. Their armor was dark as void shadow, their heraldry severe, their discipline so absolute it seemed almost sepulchral. They did not waste movement, they did not waste speech, they did not cultivate the bond with officers and logisticians, the lunar wolves so naturally mastered. They came ashore like closed caskets, carrying ancient sentences inside them. Where other legions felt like armies, the Dark Angels felt like a vault opening to reveal something that had never been meant for general issue. Marek watched one of their commanders in the war chamber of Forge World Zana, a giant in sable plate whose helm remained locked, while mortal strategists briefed him on casualty sectors already lost. He did not interrupt. He did not posture. He simply absorbed the data until a chart of destroyed colonies and obliterated. Picket lines hung over the chamber like a map of fresh amputations. At length he said, "These are not defeats to avenge. They are infections to cauterize." No one challenged the phrasing. Zana became the hinge of the Northern War, and it was there Marek first understood true imperial scale. Titan conveyors the length of city districts rolled beneath Forge Cathedra as priesthoods screamed Binharic litanies into engine shrines. Legio banners marched through dust storms like mobile fortresses of cloth and iron. Knight households assembled in crater fields rank upon rank, their ion shields throwing pale halos through the red haze. Army hosts bivouacked in numbers beyond counting, tents and prefabricated barracks spreading over the basalt plains like a second city grown overnight from fear and logistics. Astartes from multiple legions passed one another in arming halls and transit trenches, colors and icons clashing like heraldic arguments made flesh. The Rangdan wars at Zana and beyond are described as involving multiple legions, heavy mechanicum commitment, and Titan forces, with the Dark Angels and Death Guard breaking the siege after large losses by other Imperial forces. Then, the enemy came to Zana. Marek never saw the Rangda clearly enough to trust memory. That was part of their horror. They existed at the edge of vision and sanity, half glimpsed through static flooded pict feeds, gun smoke, and the testimony of men whose minds had not remained intact long enough to become reliable. There were shapes tall as Astartes and thin as famine, armor or flesh, or some hateful alloy of both. There were slave cohorts driven before them, human or once human, their bodies altered so thoroughly that death seemed kinder than recognition. There were weapons that cut through plating and bone with equal contempt, and stranger devices still that left troops dead without visible wound, minds boiled out through eyes and ears, while their bodies remained upright for a few heartbeat moments before collapsing. Marek saw one picked feed of a bastion corridor on Zana's outer ring. Army defenders held the line behind multi-lasers and slab shields. Then something moved in the smoke. The first rank simply fell apart, not exploded, unmade. Armor sloughed open, flesh spilled in ropes. Men behind them began firing at shapes only they could see. The feed cut to static and did not recover. The battles ceased to resemble campaigns and became consumption. The 5th and 19th had bled themselves buying time. The Death Guard came like iron plague and held where lesser bodies would have broken. The Dark Angels struck not for glory, but for excision, sealing breach corridors behind them and leaving only silence, gore, and the stench of cauterized meat. Kiel's army regiments were fed into holding actions so costly that casualty ledgers stopped listing names and began listing tonnage of dead for recovery. Marek walked hospital decks, where medici servitors sawed limbs from boys who had held trench lines against things they could not name. He saw cargo pits full of spent shell casings so deep that men vanished waist-high in brass, while loading crews worked around bodies too damaged to transport whole. The dead mounted in industrial measures, tens of thousands of Astartes across the wider Xenocides, millions of army dead, Titan carcasses cooling on black plains, entire mechanized cohorts erased between one transmission and the next. Sectors that had once promised orderly compliance and tithe were bled white or left empty. The strategic boards in the war chambers no longer tracked victory. They tracked where humanity still remained dense enough to save. Surviving sources describe more than 80,000 Astartes and uncounted millions of Imperial troops lost across the Xenocides, with whole fleets destroyed and much of the northern Imperium devastated. Kiel became quieter with each campaign transfer. On the dead world of Helio Tertius, he stood beside a trench line half filled with frozen corpses and watched a Titan of Legio Vulturum stride past through the smoke, its feet crushing friend and foe alike, because there was no room left for delicacy. "This is not war as we were taught it," he said. "No," Marek answered, because there was nothing else left to say. "This is a plague with artillery." The Dark Angels did not disagree. They simply treated the implication as authorization. Rumors spread through the camps of weapons loosed in sealed theaters, of old vaults opened by the First Legion, of permissions spoken in codes no army officer was meant to hear. Mortal men started lowering their voices when discussing the Lion's Sons, not because of reverence, but because they had begun to suspect the Dark Angels were fighting the Rangda with means the rest of the Crusade would rather never understand. Then the Emperor came north. His arrival did not feel like salvation. It felt like a measure so severe that even those begging for it feared to see it used. The fleet that bore him translated into the war zone amid a silence of command channels and a tightening of every human spine within hearing range. He did not come crowned in rhetoric. He came because the war had swollen beyond what his sons and his armies had been able to contain cleanly. When he entered Zana's deepest strategic vaults, even the Dark Angel's commanders inclined their helms with a stillness unlike any courtesy shown to other primarchs or warlords. Marek saw him only once at close remove during that phase of the war. He stood before a star map, fouled by loss runes, and asked for no summary. He already understood. His eyes moved over the north like knives over exposed organs. "Where is the breach?" he asked. A Dark Angel's commander answered with coordinates and sealed references to something called the Labyrinth of Night. The phrase traveled through the chamber like a draft from an opened crypt. No one explained it to the mortal staff. No one had to. Fear did the work of definition. When the Emperor moved to intervene, fleets were displaced. Orders were segmented. Civilian and army archives were cut from primary distribution. Entire task groups vanished into blackout zones whose tactical records returned redacted or not at all. The eventual rumor was that he had broken something old and terrible to halt the Rangdan momentum. Marek did not see the act itself. He saw only the aftermath in the way a region of war suddenly changed character, as if a predator larger than either side had entered the hunt. Surviving summaries state that the Emperor's own intervention, tied in some accounts to the breaking of the Labyrinth of Night, helped finally stymie the Rangdan threat. The line held after that. Not cleanly, not nobly, but it held. What followed was worse. Once the advance of the Rangda had been checked, the Imperium turned from desperate defense to purge, and the purge was an obscenity, even by the standards of the Crusade. Worlds touched too deeply by the enemy were judged unsalvageable. Some had housed Rangdan slave stock. Some had been occupied too long. Some had simply been too near the wrong vectors of contamination. It ceased to matter whether the remaining populations were loyal, innocent, or half-mad with relief at rescue. Orders came down under layered seals, and none of them used the word mercy. Dark Angels and Space Wolves task forces led the work in many sectors, moving from world to world with Mechanicum death cadres, biopurgation teams, and army cordons to ensure nothing living left the kill zones. Crops were burned from orbit, oceans were poisoned, hive warrens were collapsed and fused shut. Whole human-settled regions were rendered lifeless, not because they had openly betrayed the Imperium, but because the Imperium no longer trusted the wound to heal cleanly. Later accounts describe the final phase as decade-long purges and biopogroms that left entire Rangdan-tainted sectors, including human worlds, lifeless to ensure victory. Marek went down to one such world in the aftermath and found not a battlefield, but a silence that accused every living thing that walked through it. The city had not been bombarded into rubble. It had been emptied. Doors hung open. Vehicles stood in roadways. Bowls still sat on tables beneath a thin drift of grey, sterilant dust. In the central square, an imperial proclamation fluttered from a toppled statue, warning all recovery teams that the zone remained under terminal censure and no unauthorized salvage of biological or cultural matter was permitted. Keel read the order, then looked over the silent streets and said, "They were human." Marek had no answer. Keel crushed the parchment seal under his boot. Were. The war ended in paperwork, thick enough to hide half its crimes. On Zana, in chambers guarded by the First Legion and sealed from ordinary archive access, entire campaign ledgers were revised, segmented, or destroyed. Survivor testimonies were culled. Certain officers were sworn to silence under pain of erasure. Others simply disappeared from the muster rolls. Reports on enemy morphology, battle methods, and strategic penetrations were reclassified above the reach of most commanders, who had actually fought the war. The Dark Angels had a hand in much of it. That fact was spoken only in trusted rooms, and never above a murmur. Surviving accounts explicitly note that much about the Xenocides was deliberately obscured or purged, and that the Dark Angels were instrumental in suppressing knowledge of the Rangda and the wars against them. Marek stood before a brazier in one such archive vault and watched censored dispatches curl into black flakes. Campaign names vanished in flame. Whole battalions were reduced to numerical absence. A frontier world he had seen die with his own eyes was reclassified as lost to void instability, and later reclaimed without incident. A purge order that had emptied 3 human settlements became containment measures undertaken in accordance with strategic necessity. He looked to the attending Dark Angels officer, whose helm hid every hint of humanity. "You are burning history." The officer's voice emerged flat and iron-hard. "No, we are preserving the Imperium." Marek wanted to challenge him. Instead, he found he believed him, and hated that belief. In the weeks after Zana, the Great Crusade resumed its speech about progress, inevitability, and mankind's bright dominion. New worlds were listed for compliance. New victories were announced. The Northern War became a footnote already shrinking in the official tongue. Yet Marek could not hear the old phrases cleanly anymore. He had seen a war so appalling that even the Imperium, which had made an art of sanitizing slaughter, could not bear to leave the record whole. Some wars were hidden because they were shameful, some because they were complicated, and some, he now understood, were erased because if mankind looked too long into what had nearly killed it in those early years, it might lose the will to step any farther into the dark. Monarchia was too beautiful to survive. Marek Voss understood that before anyone told him the city's name. The descent over Kur should have felt like triumph. The fleet had spoken of the world for days, in tones usually reserved for model compliances and rare proofs that the Great Crusade could produce more than smoking capitals and rationed obedience. It had been brought into unity by the word-bearers, they said. It stood as one of the finest examples of enlightened reconstruction in the Emperor's widening dominion. Its principal city was perfect in geometry, perfect in civic order, perfect in devotion to the ideals that had remade it. That was how the phrase had been passed from ship to ship. Perfect city. It was called Monarchia on Kur, and its destruction by the Ultramarines at the Emperor's order would become the central punishment inflicted on the word-bearers for worshipping him in defiance of the secular imperial truth. From the gun-cutter canopy, it looked less like a city than an argument against decay. Its avenues were white and gold, cut with impossible cleanliness through terraced districts of gleaming stone. Domes rose in ordered harmony instead of the usual proud confusion of local vanity and imported imperial utility. Processional roads ran from gate to plaza to sanctuary in mathematically deliberate lines, as though the entire metropolis had been composed to be read from orbit by an eye that prized symmetry above life. Lumen towers cast warm radiance over gardens, reflecting pools and broad civic courts in which no refuse gathered and no ruin showed. Even the air around it seemed disciplined. No smoke of frantic manufactories blurred the horizon. No shanty sprawls clung to the outer districts. No defensive bastions scarred the skyline. Monarchia had been made not merely to function, but to adore. That was the first warning. The second came when Marek set foot upon the lower processional and heard the city speak. Not through vox arrays or civic announcements, through its people. They did not hail terror. They did not cry for unity. They did not chant reason, law, or the approved formulas of species-wide destiny. They stood in ordered lines along the avenues, robed in cream and crimson, heads bowed as the arriving delegations passed. Beneath the archways, and from them rose a low tide of voices that could have belonged to no secular empire, however stern its discipline. Blessed be the Father of mankind. Blessed be his light in the void. Blessed be the Son who carried his word to us." Marek felt the words settle over the avenue like warm oil. Incense smoked from braziers worked into imperial iconography, so reverent and so lavish that each aquila seemed halfway to an altarpiece. Giant murals showed the emperor not as sovereign or warlord, but as a figure of ascendant majesty, haloed in solar radiance, while kneeling multitudes stretched below him in gratitude and awe. Children wore his sign in beaten gold around their necks. Veterans of Ker's compliance had etched prayers into the marble bases of civic monuments. Every public square held some form of testimony, some inscription or relief, or sacred geometry, meant not merely to honor the Imperium, but to worship the one who had authored it. The word-bearers who met the delegation moved among that devotion with the serenity of priests in a cathedral they had themselves raised. Their armor was crimson, darkened toward wine in the shadow, and set with scripture, devotional script, and seals so elaborate they bordered on liturgical tapestry. They were Astartes, yes, unmistakably so in their scale and bearing, but there was something about them that did not resemble the cold execution certainty of the lunar wolves, or the void black finality of the dark angels. The word-bearers moved with the gravity of men who believed every act might be sacrament. Their officer, a captain named Sor Talgron, bowed his head as Marek approached and made the sign of the Aquila with solemnity that would have sounded holy in any other empire and criminal in this one. "Iterator Vos," Talgron said, "welcome to the city raised in honor of the one who reclaimed mankind from the long night." Marek looked past him to a triumphal frieze in which the emperor's face had been rendered with a devotional tenderness more suited to temple legend than secular statecraft. "You speak as a confessor," Marek said. Talgron's expression did not alter. "I speak as one who has seen truth and refuses to starve it of the name it deserves." Around them the city glowed. Bells rang in measured harmony from tower to tower. Pilgrims crossed the avenues carrying censers, and folded prayer streamers worked with imperial eagles and scriptural refrains. Men knelt before carved images of the emperor's victories and touched foreheads to stone worn smooth by repetition. Marek should have been impressed. Part of him was. This city had no visible disorder. Its devotion had produced cleanliness, discipline, civic pride, and a tranquility few compliance worlds ever reached. Yet every instinct sharpened in him by years under the imperial truth recoiled all the same. This was faith with imperial sanction, only because no one had yet come to judge it properly. It was controlled, beautiful, sincere, and therefore intolerable. He found the word-bearers quartered in the Upper Basilica district, where the largest sanctuaries stood. Even among their own structures, they seemed to prefer gravity over ostentation. Vast halls, red stone, gold script, processional spaces aligned toward central shrines, where the emperor's image towered with outstretched arms. A chaplain with a voice like a furnace grate greeted the delegation in the great hall and spoke of illumination, duty, and divine inheritance with such measured reverence that Marek caught several army officers shifting uneasily beside him. "If mankind is one body," the chaplain said, "then he is the animating soul. If mankind is one purpose, then he is the purpose known. All roads bend toward him, whether men are wise enough to kneel early or must be beaten to their knees by history." The words drew no rebuke from the word-bearers around him. They bowed their heads instead. Marek asked carefully, "Do your warriors speak thus on every world they bring to compliance?" "Not at first," the chaplain answered. "Some men require proof before language can save them. Others need only to hear what their hearts knew before their minds caught up. And the imperial truth." At that, the chaplain's eyes fixed on him with a depth of pity that felt more insulting than anger. "Truth is imperial," he said. "The error lies only in those who fear its highest form." That night, the fleet channels changed. Orders that had arrived over the previous days under layered seals and strange urgencies suddenly clarified into unmistakable arrangements of force. New orbital positions were assigned, landing windows closed, communication lattices were tightened around the city, Ultramarines warships entered high anchor in measured blocks of blue-white light. Custodian transports descended into the upper atmosphere. The Sigillites' authority tags appeared on command relays where no ordinary campaign needed them. Monarchia had not been chosen as an example of success. It had been chosen as a stage. The Ultramarines arrived with such exactness that it felt less like military maneuver than legal procedure. No rage preceded them, no shouted accusation, no grand theatre of hatred. That was what made them colder than the more openly savage legions Marek had already seen. They moved into position as instruments of sentence, not malice. Blue armor, white helms, disciplined columns spreading through the avenue networks with the calm assurance of men executing a mandate already judged and sealed elsewhere. They did not leer at the citizens. They did not spit on the shrines. They posted evacuation routes. They established cordons. They transmitted compliance directives in voices so measured that panic sounded unseemly beside them. The city reacted first with disbelief, then confusion, then the first tremor of sacred horror. Word-bearers' officers demanded audience. Civic stewards cried out that a mistake had been made. Priests and lay devotees alike flooded the plazas, kneeling before Ultramarines' gun lines and begging explanation in tones of reverence they still thought must surely protect them. The Ultramarines gave the same answer every time. By order of the Emperor, the city is to be evacuated. No reason was offered. None was needed. Marek walked the central processional as the perfect city began to choke on fear. Families abandoned shrine houses with bundles clutched in trembling arms. Processions dissolved into crowd surges. Men who had sung blessings from the colonnades now carried icons and reliquaries through the streets with the frantic reverence of those trying to save the body of a faith from fire. Every face turned toward the sky as if it might open in mercy. It did, only not the kind they wanted. The Emperor descended into Monarchia under a sky full of ships. When his gunship settled upon the upper triumphal, the whole plaza seemed to contract around it. Custodians spread in auramite arcs. Malcador stood thin and severe at the edge of the landing field, less a man than an attached condition of statecraft. Robut Gilliman waited with his sons in ranks so exact they seemed carved. And into that geometry of control came Lorgar. Marek had never seen him before. He was magnificent in the way wounds can be magnificent when they are born openly enough to resemble conviction. Gold and crimson, broad-shouldered, grave-eyed, with a face that held the potential for kingly tenderness and fanatic severity in equal measure. He looked upon the city as a father might look upon a child he had raised toward perfection. Every line of him declared authorship, love, and pride. The disaster of it was visible before a word was spoken. The Emperor did not embrace him. He did not greet him as a son returning from worthy labor. He let the silence gather first, let the plaza fill with the assembled mass of the word-bearers' legion, the Ultramarines, the citizens of Monarchia held back by armed cordons, and all those officers and adepts summoned to witness. Only when the whole stage had reached full pressure did he speak. "Look upon what you have made." Lorgar bowed his head a fraction. "A city worthy of you, father." The Emperor's answer struck like a blade drawn slowly from a sheath. "Worthy of me? No. Wounded by you, perhaps. Contaminated by your weakness. Delayed by your vanity. Shamed by your need to abase mankind before idols once more." The words moved across the square and left no place to hide. Marek watched Lorgar's face. At first confusion, then hurt so profound it almost made the Primarch look young. Then the first inward recoil of a man realizing that the thing he loved most had not merely rejected his offering, but found it disgusting. "My devotion has built worlds in your name," Lorgar said, voice low but carrying. "I gave the lost their light." "You gave them superstition," the emperor said. "You gave them kneeling. You gave them chains dressed as wonder. I did not come to free humanity from false gods, so that my own image might replace them in every shrine and frightened heart." There was theatre in the condemnation, but not falseness. That was what made it vicious. The emperor was not pretending anger for effect. He had simply chosen to make his genuine contempt public enough to scar. Lorgar took one step forward before the custodians shifted. He stopped. "You are the truth of mankind," he said. "How can men see what you are and not fall to worship?" "By discipline," the emperor answered. "By reason. By obedience to the destiny I have set, not to the emotional indulgence you call faith." The plaza held its breath. Then came the worst of it. The emperor commanded Lorgar and his legion to kneel. The order fell like a shell into the heart of every man present. The word-bearers did not move at first, not out of rebellion, out of disbelief so complete it had not yet found a shape to inhabit. Then, one by one, and then all at once, the 17th bent. Giant warriors lowering into the dust before their father, before the ultramarines, before the citizens they had taught to adore. Lorgar himself dropped last, every movement radiating humiliation like heat from a furnace. The emperor's public rebuke of Lorgar and the forced kneeling of the entire word-bearers' legion in the ashes of Monarchia are among the defining acts tied to the city's destruction. Marek felt something tear in the atmosphere of the square. Not cloth, not sound, something more dangerous. The invisible membrane between reverence and injury, between obedience and resentment. Public humiliation has its own afterlife. It does not end when the crowd disperses. The order to raise the city was given before the kneeling had fully ended. Ultramarines' gunships rose first. Their engines beat the air above the avenues, while evacuation columns still struggled through the outer districts. Citizens cried out to the word-bearers for intervention and received only silence from their kneeling giants. The first lance strikes came down moments later, spearing the upper domes with such blinding violence that marble became vapor and gold became falling rain. A second wave gutted the central processional. The towers whose bells had sung devotion only hours before split and collapsed through clouds of pulverized stone and screaming men. Monarchia en cours was destroyed by the Ultramarines under the Emperor's order as punishment for the word-bearers' religious excess and the wider spread of worship that violated the imperial truth. Marek stood on the edge of sanctioned distance and watched the perfect city die. Its beauty made the destruction worse. White colonnades dissolved in blinding fire. Processional roads broke open beneath orbital impacts and flung statues, bodies, and shattered relics into the smoke. Whole facades peeled away in radiant collapse, exposing shrine interiors where censers still burned before being swallowed by dust and heat. The reflecting pools boiled. Garden courts became kill zones. The hymnal bells did not ring again. They melted. Citizens who had fled carrying icons clutched them, even as blast waves threw them bleeding into the avenues. Priests screamed prayers into annihilation. A word-bearer, standard-bearer, still on one knee, stared at the falling ruin with such naked anguish that Marek had to look away. This was not the burning of falsehood, because it had failed. It was the burning of faith, because it had succeeded too well to be safely permitted. By the time the barrage ended, Monarchia was no longer a city. It was a wound in the planet. Ash fell over Kur for hours. Marek moved among the survivors in the outer districts, as medici teams and occupation cadres established control over the living remnants.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
Dust coated every tongue. Men coughed grey. The sky itself seemed bruised by what had been done. In the lee of a broken shrine wall, he found one of the word-bearers' chaplains standing alone, helm mag locked to his belt, bare face veiled with settling ash. It was the same iron-voiced priest who had spoken in the basilica. He did not look at Marek when he spoke. "You saw," he said. "I did. And now?" Marek watched the ruins of the central district smolder beyond the relief camps. "Now I understand that the Emperor hates worship more than many rulers hate treason." The chaplain gave a sound too tired to be laughter. "No," he said. "He hates what he cannot govern." At last he turned, and the grief in his eyes was not soft. It had the hard, polished edge of something already becoming doctrine. "Men denied lawful worship do not cease worshipping, Iterator. They do not become pure creatures of reason because a stronger hand beats the incense from them. They simply turn elsewhere. Older roads exist in the dark, older listeners, older hungers." Marek felt a chill move through him, despite the heat still rising from the ruins. "You speak dangerously." The chaplain's gaze returned to Monarchia's grave. "We have been taught danger today." He left then, crossing the ash-blown square toward his kneeling brothers and the silence that now hung over them all. By dusk, the Emperor had departed. Guilliman's ultramarines maintained order with the same clinical discipline they had brought to the sentence itself. The citizens of Kur were herded into aid enclosures and administrative review pens. The word-bearers remained under censure, their pride broken publicly enough that every witness would carry the image forward. Malcador's scribes began drafting the official version of events before the rubble had cooled. Marek climbed a ridge of broken marble above what had once been the perfect city and looked out over the burning plain where avenues had become scars and sanctuaries had become heaps of radiant stone. Ash fell around him in thin veils. It settled on his shoulders, on his hair, on the black cloth of his office, making him appear half funeral effigy, half penitent. Below, the 17th Legion gathered in silence. Above, fleet traffic moved on schedule. The Imperium would continue. Another compliance would be listed. Another world would be judged. Another son would be praised or corrected according to the arithmetic of the Father's design. Yet Marek could not stop looking at the place where Lorgar had knelt before the armies, and the city that had loved too openly had been turned into lesson and dust. Open rebellion began wars, yes, but as ash drifted over Kur and settled into the cracks of its dead perfection, Marek Voss understood that public humiliation could begin them just as surely. The world of Nicaea did not feel chosen for judgment, it felt built to contain it. Marek Voss saw the planet first, through the stormed glass of a descending lander, and thought of a wound still trying to decide whether it wished to become flesh or remain fire. Clouds swarmed over the half-formed crust in seething masses of black and burning crimson. Magma wounds opened and shut far below. Whole mountain ridges seemed to shift while he watched, as if the land itself had not yet accepted the burden of being a world rather than a furnace in cooling disguise. Even the sky appeared unstable. Light bent strangely in the atmosphere, and static scratched along the hull in thin electric voices. At the center of that geological violence, the Imperium had cut an amphitheater into the heart of a hollowed volcano and declared that reason would sit in judgment there. Marek did not believe that for even a moment. By then, he had served the Great Crusade long enough to know the difference between debate and sentence. Debates moved by persuasion, sentences moved by arrangement. Nicaea had been arranged to suffocate alternatives before they could speak too boldly. Custodians held the inner security. Silent sisters drifted through corridors like absences sharpened into human shape. Space wolves waited in numbers greater than any mere ceremonial guard required, prowling the outworks with the hunger of men who had come expecting blood. The Mechanicum maintained the environmental systems that kept the amphitheater habitable, but the machine priests spoke in subdued bursts as if they feared their own thoughts might be audited. Every vessel approaching the world surrendered control to the Emperor's authority
before it even touched the cloud deck. The world was a convocation in name, and a political siege in truth. The issue announced to the assembled thousands was the place of psychic power in the Imperium, above all within the Legiones Astartes. The real issue, Marek suspected, was one son in particular. Magnus arrived last. The Thousand Sons delegation passed through the eastern approach in crimson and gold, their armor
bright as arterial blood beneath the black volcanic stone. They did not look like penitents. They looked like kings of an older and prouder intellectual empire who had somehow wandered into the court of a father, determined to remind them that knowledge was only virtue when it remained collared. At their center strode Magnus the Red, and for a heartbeat, Marek forgot to breathe. He had seen Horus. He had seen Lorgar in his humiliation, Guilliman in his terrible calm, and the Emperor in those brief moments when presence alone made men aware of their own insignificance. Magnus was different from them all. He was magnificent in a manner that seemed to strain against the idea of flesh. His height and breadth were formidable enough, but it was the quality of his attention that marked him as perilous. He looked at the world as if every atom ought to yield a secret, if only he cared to ask the right question. His eye, singular and vast in implication even when at rest, gave him the air of a man already halfway into some greater comprehension than ordinary minds could safely survive. Power clung to him, not like a weapon, but like weather around a mountain peak. Too much mind, Marek thought at once. Not too little discipline, not insufficient nobility. Too much mind, and too much confidence that mind alone could master any abyss it chose to lean over. At Magnus's side moved Azek Ahriman and the other prominent captains and scholars of the Thousand Sons. Ahriman wore gravity more naturally than pride, though there was pride in him beyond question. His face held the sharp stillness of a man perpetually listening to thoughts half a step beyond what others could hear. When he looked upon the amphitheater and the gathered host within it, he did not seem surprised so much as vindicated in some private dread he had hoped not to see confirmed. The amphitheater itself had been made to overawe. Tier after tier of black stone rose in impossible sweeps beneath the open throat of the volcano. Mechanical arrays, hidden in the upper galleries, held the worst of the storm back, but not all of it. Heat moved through the air in long breaths. Lightning glimmered at the edge of the containment fields. Thousands of seats curved around the central floor, where argument would be given the shape of spectacle. At one end stood the pyramidal dais of the emperor and his chosen court. He was not yet present, and still the emptiness of that seat bent every other geometry in the chamber toward it. Marek took his place among the iterators and administrative observers. To one side sat the sons and officers of those legions who distrusted psychers openly. To the other, the delegations of the Thousand Sons, White Scars, Blood Angels, and other factions willing to argue that the Librarius had utility if kept within discipline. Between them all sat the broad mass of the Imperium's lesser authorities, officers, logisticians, legal clerks, remembrancers, and military witnesses who had been summoned not because their voices mattered equally, but because the Emperor intended the verdict to have audience. As the chamber filled, Marek listened. Fear talked loudly at Nicaea, but never named itself fear. The anti-psyker camp spoke of order, of military reliability, of the danger of mutation, indiscipline, contamination, and sorcerous vanity. They cited disasters from the frontier, astropaths burned out by transmission overload, army companies broken when attached battle psychers lost control and killed friend and foe alike, expeditionary supply lines crippled by navigational failure after warp disturbances. He had seen enough of the Crusade to know these examples were not inventions. On half a dozen worlds, he had watched psychers tear themselves apart under pressure, or worse, remain intact while everything around them came unstitched. Logistics hated uncertainty. Armies hated what could not be drilled into predictability. Ordinary men hated most of all the spectacle of invisible forces deciding life and death without visible mechanism. The fear was real. What made it dishonest was the way its speakers wrapped terror in pure doctrine and called it principle. The pro-librarian camp lied also, not always in what they said, but in what they omitted. They spoke of discipline, sanctioned study, the rightful harnessing of humanity's higher faculties, the need to meet strange foes with every weapon available. All of it had force. Marek knew the Crusade had already encountered enemies whose powers looked like miracles to ordinary soldiery. He knew the frontier had taught hard lessons about ignorance. Yet Magnus's supporters spoke as though intellect itself was safeguard enough, as though rigor and brilliance could neutralize any danger so long as the men touching it were sufficiently learned. That was pride dressed in scholarship, and perhaps the most seductive lie in the room. The Emperor, when he arrived at last and took the high seat, brought the third lie with him: calculation. The chamber did not rise so much as sink inward under the pressure of his presence. Conversation died. Arguments that had seemed hot a heartbeat before became embers waiting for the wind of his attention. He sat above the convocation, not as moderator, not even truly as arbiter, but as sovereign weather. Nothing spoken after that point could escape the knowledge that one will already towered over every possible outcome. Marek watched faces as the proceedings began. Some looked relieved just to have the Emperor present, as if clarity had entered the room with him. Others looked trapped. Magnus alone seemed almost uplifted, as though even now some part of him believed that if he spoke with sufficient brilliance, the rightness of knowledge would reveal itself in full, and all this tension would dissolve into comprehension. He still believed in winning by understanding. That, Marek suspected, would wound him more deeply than any condemnation. The speeches started with accusation and never fully left that posture. Witnesses spoke of battlefield collapses, mutation events, and psychers who had overreached themselves into monstrosity. Others countered with examples of librarians preserving companies, seeing ambushes before they fell, or breaking enemies no conventional weapon could stop. Rune priests and sorcerer scholars hurled mutually sanctified disgust at one another through more polished language. Strategists spoke in terms of force multipliers and risk burdens. Priests of secular reason denounced the occult with a fervor so religious it nearly mocked itself. Marek sat through all of it and thought, every faction in this chamber is lying a little. He thought it when a wolf-marked speaker described all psychic practice as filth, while ignoring the accepted mysteries his own kind cloaked in different names. He thought it when Thousand Sons advocates spoke of enlightenment, with no serious admission of what happened when control failed. He thought it when the Emperor himself remained silent through long stretches, letting men believe they were shaping the verdict by testimony rather than by the geometry of his prior intention. During one recess, Marek found himself standing beneath an outer colonnade while lightning flickered behind the storm barriers and ash drifted in warm, bitter curls through the mechanical air. Ahriman stood there already, hands clasped behind him, eyes fixed on the half-born world below. "You listen like a prosecutor," Ahriman said without turning. "I am an iterator," Marek answered. "We are taught to hear structure beneath words. And what structure have you found here?" Marek considered the question. Ahriman did not strike him as a man worth flattering with cheap evasions. "That men fear what they cannot regiment," he said. "That others believe intellect is a sufficient leash. That the Emperor has not convened a council so much as created a space in which a decree may resemble consensus." Ahriman's mouth curved, but there was no joy in it. "Then you hear clearly." "Do you?" At that, Ahriman looked at him properly, and Marek saw exhaustion beneath the discipline. "I hear a species afraid of its own next stage," he said. "I hear warriors who would rather blind themselves than risk seeing too far. I hear my legion accused not only for what we have done, but for what we might become if thought itself keeps advancing. And what might that be? Ahriman glanced back toward the amphitheater where Magnus waited. Something greater than fear can tolerate. Marek studied him. You make knowledge sound holy. Ahriman's answer came at once. Knowledge is not holy, it is costly. Men call things holy when they are too frightened to examine the price plainly. When he left, Marek remained by the colonnade and watched the storms lashing the outer caldera. He thought of the Crusade routes north where psychers had broken under stress and whole companies died because one gifted mind had failed at the wrong second. He thought of navigators, those necessary mutants everyone tolerated, because without them, the Imperium would still be chained to short jumps and slow extinction. He thought of the silent women of the Null Order standing watch through the corridors, their mere nearness making some of the Thousand Sons flinch, as if from a wound touched directly. Mankind feared psychers because they were useful and uncontrollable at once, and nothing frightened empires more than tools that might at any moment choose to become gods, monsters, or open doors to things worse than either. When Magnus finally spoke before the full council, even his enemies listened. He did not whine, he did not plead, he did not abase himself in apology. He rose to the center of the black stone floor and turned slowly beneath the tiers until his single eye seemed to meet every gaze in the amphitheater one after another. Then he began to speak of knowledge as conquest, of the Great Crusade as more than the simple seizure of territory. What was the point, he asked, of reaching the stars only to remain intellectually chained? What victory was it to meet the unknown and refuse to know it? Humanity had suffered, old knight, yes, but ignorance had not saved it. Fear had not redeemed it. Only mastery could do that. Only the disciplined expansion of human potential could secure a future greater than endless military occupation. His words were magnificent because he believed them absolutely. That was their flaw as well as their power. He spoke as if intelligence, once sufficiently refined, could master every peril by the act of naming it precisely enough. He spoke as if reason could stand over the abyss with a scholar's lamp and reduce the abyss to an object of study. Marek felt half the chamber recoiling and half straining toward him. Magnus was dangerous, not because he was mad. He was dangerous because he was grand enough to make men hope the forbidden might truly become manageable in the hands of the right genius. Ahriman and other Thousand Sons added their voices later, more measured but no less sharpened. They spoke of battlefields where sanctioned psychic skill had saved lives. They spoke of human potential left to rot unused because lesser men could not distinguish the disciplined mind from the reckless dabbler. They gave the tragedy its own language in advance, knowledge rendered suspect not because it had no worth, but because it terrified those too coarse to guide it. And still, the Emperor said little. That silence became its own verdict. By the last day, the council no longer resembled argument at all. It felt like the final tightening of siege lines before the gates were breached. Men watched one another with the rigid courtesy of hostile camps awaiting the signal to move. The air grew heavy with storm pressure and unvoiced certainty. Magnus still stood tall, but Marek began to see the first signs of inward strain. Not fear of losing the debate, something more intimate. The realization that for all his brilliance, he was not being asked merely to defend a policy. He was being weighed by a father whose judgment would fall according to standards never fully disclosed. When the ruling came, it did not feel earned by rhetoric. It landed with the absolute force of sovereignty. The Emperor rose. No herald announced him. None would have been audible even if they tried. The amphitheater was already silent in the manner of prey animals when the sky darkened strangely. He spoke of the dangers of witchcraft and of mankind's long suffering beneath forces it had not understood. He spoke of the necessity of discipline and the corruptions that waited behind unguarded power. He acknowledged utility only to subordinate it completely to command. Then he pronounced the end of the matter. The Legiones Astartes would no longer employ psychers. The Librarius departments would be dissolved. Their battle psychers would return to ordinary line service. The Primarchs themselves were to refrain from the use of psychic powers. Sorcery, traffic with the warp for power, or hidden knowledge would not be tolerated. The sentence did not ask for assent. It did not reason itself toward persuasion. It simply came down from above, like a seal driven into wax, before the wax had even realized it might have wished another shape. The Emperor's decision at Nicaea became the edict that disbanded the Librarius and forbade Legion Psychers, with a direct warning aimed at Magnus and any who would persist in sorcerous practice. Then the Emperor fixed Magnus with the full measure of his gaze and added a final warning that turned the decree from public policy into personal wound. Marek could not hear every word from his tear, but he did not need to. The effect ran through the chamber like cold iron entering water. The Emperor had not merely restrained a son, he had drawn a line and made disobedience synonymous with enmity. Magnus bowed. Outwardly, he was magnificent even then, controlled, formal, obedient in posture. Yet Marek had watched enough Primarchs before and after censure to recognize the deeper pattern. Horus learned hunger from distance. Lorgar learned shame from public scorn. Now Magnus was learning that the father he revered as the apex of understanding did not trust him to touch the very realm that had defined his being. To a mind like his, discipline could only sound so much like rejection before it became rejection in truth. As the assembly broke, men exhaled in relief, triumph, bitterness, or concealed dread, according to what they had wanted from the ruling. The anti-Psyker faction spoke in clipped tones of restored order. The Thousand Sons withdrew into themselves like a wounded red tide. Ahriman passed Marek once in the departing crush and gave no sign of recognition. His face had gone beyond anger into that colder region where thought begins building new justifications simply to survive the insult. Marek watched Magnus cross the outer terrace toward the waiting landers under a sky streaked violet and gold by the stormlight. The Primarch's back was straight. His stride remained regal, but something in him had changed its angle to the world. He did not look defeated. Defeat implied acceptance of another man's truth. He looked wounded in a way that would continue thinking. That was often worse. The Thousand Sons embarked in silence. Their crimson armor shone briefly beneath the strange high light of Nicaea's unstable heavens as they filed into their transports. Above them, the storm barriers hummed, and beyond them, the clouds churned in colors too beautiful to trust. Marek stood upon the basalt causeway, long after most delegations had departed, and watched the last of the red ships climb. The sky over Nicaea glowed like a jewel held too close to a furnace, gorgeous and somehow already ruined. He thought then of the pattern he had begun to dread across the Crusade. Every son the Emperor restrained heard, somewhere beneath the order, not correction, but repudiation, not guidance, but the withholding of full recognition. And in men as mighty as these, the difference between the two could redraw the fate of worlds. The final engines dwindled into the high cloud. For a moment, the departing Thousand Sons seemed to sail into beauty itself. Then the storm swallowed them, and the sky remained beautiful, only in the way doomed things often are. The first thing Marek Voss learned aboard the flagship of the 12th was that rage had a smell. It was not merely blood, though there was blood enough in every corridor seam and deck groove to paint a smaller vessel from keel to prow. It was not only oil, sweat, scorched brass, old chain blade exhaust, and the iron tang of butchered flesh being sluiced toward reclamation drains. It was the heat beneath all of that, the constant invisible pressure in the air, as if the ship itself ground its teeth in sleep and woke hungry every watch. The Conqueror did not feel like the vessels of other legions.
The Lunar Wolves' flagships held command in their bones. The Dark Angels' warships held silence. The word-bearers carried reverence like smoke in a shrine. This ship carried the aftertaste of pain. Men moved through it carefully, not because protocol demanded it, but because somewhere beneath every ordinary exchange lay the expectation that something could turn violent with no warning and no useful reason. Marek had come under sealed authority to record strategic degradation within the 12th and to determine whether Angron's legion still served the Crusade as a reliable instrument or merely as an effective one. It was not a distinction any of the 12th would have valued, yet someone on Terra had valued it enough to send an iterator into the beast's throat. He found Khan in a mustering hall lit by hanging red lumens and the reflected
glare of weapons checks. The captain stood bareheaded among his warriors, while armor thralls affixed plate and loaded magazines around him. His face was stern and scarred, not yet the ruin it would one day become, but already marked by a habit of restrained fury held on a chain far too thin to trust. "You are late," Khan said. "I was not given a time." "In this legion," Khan replied, "that is another way of being late." Marek looked past him at the assembled warhounds of the 12th. They were vast, brutal, and visibly disciplined, but in a manner unlike the polished certainty of more controlled legions. Their stillness was effort. Some flexed gauntlets too often. Some breathed through gritted teeth. One had blood dried beneath his ear, where he had evidently struck his own head hard enough to split skin in pursuit of some internal relief. They looked like men standing before a storm that lived inside their own skulls. "Where is your Primarch?" Marek asked. Khan's expression changed by almost nothing. Even so, the answer was written in that fraction. "In pain," he said. It was the honest answer, and because it was honest, Marek asked the question he had been sent to ask. Was he always this way? Khan did not answer at once. Around them the hall thudded with arming hammers, ammunition caskets, and the muttered kill liturgies of legionaries trying to make war sound like purpose rather than appetite. At last he said, "No." Then he turned and gestured for Marek to follow. They walked through the lower decks, where the conqueror's bulk seemed to press inward more heavily than reason allowed. Along one passageway, Marek passed an apothecarian annex, whose doors stood open, while medici thralls cleaned restraints bolted to operating slabs. He did not miss the bites in the metal edges, where armored hands had once gripped hard enough to scar steel. The stench of antiseptic and old blood bled out into the corridor. Khan saw his glance. "We tried to heal him," he said. "Tried?" Khan laughed without humor. "You did not come here for comforting words, iterator. You came to understand why my legion is becoming what it is. So understand this first. We did not begin as beasts." The words remained between them until they reached a small chamber overlooking one of the forward launch bays. Through the armored glass, assault craft crouched on their clamps amid heat haze and red warning runes. Below, legionaries of the 12th boarded in disciplined files, every one of them carrying violence like a sacrament they had come to hate and need in equal measure. Khan planted both hands on the rail. "You want to know what made him," he said. "Then you must begin on Nuceria." The name opened memory like a wound. Years earlier, before Nicaea, before Monarchia, before the Northern Wars had shown Marek how censored horror could become, Nuceria had seemed a simple world, civilized, human, rich in terraces, mountain palaces, grain basins, and ordered urban states. The sort of compliant prize the Imperium could absorb with scarcely a pause. Its ruling houses had retained the manners of old nobility and the instincts of old slavers. They called themselves High Riders because they preferred to look down on suffering from balconies, parade thrones, and arena galleries. They fought clean little wars between estates, cultivated philosophies of refinement, and sent men into pits to die for sport. The world was rotten in a way Terra knew well and could have excised without difficulty. That was what damned the Emperor's choice when it came. Marek had been on the Emperor's vessel then, still young enough in his office to think rediscovering a Primarch would be an occasion of triumph uncomplicated by cost. New Syria's rulers had already made their position plain when the fleet arrived. They would comply. They would accept the Imperium. They would swear by Terra's law. They asked only one courtesy in return: aid against a rebellion in the high mountains, where escaped gladiators and slave warbands under a giant called the Red Angel were tearing down estates and making a final stand against the planetary hosts. The Emperor listened. He asked questions, not about the slavery, not about the arenas, not about the cruelty that had shaped the rebellion. He asked after the rebel leader's size, his ferocity, his wounds, the strange reports of his impossible strength. By the time the audience ended, Marek knew with cold certainty that the fate of the entire world had just been subordinated to the value of one being upon its surface. He could have taken the planet in a day, Marek said quietly in the launch bay chamber, speaking as much to himself as to Khan. He could have broken the High Riders, liberated the slave host, and gained a loyal world and sun together. Khan turned his head. Yes. There was no accusation in the word, only the flat certainty of a man who had rehearsed this arithmetic until it became prayer. Marek saw it again then, as he had seen it from the gunship canopy over New Syria's mountain scarps. Snowfields blackened by fire. Broken slave fortifications of timber, stone, and scavenged metal crouched among the ridges. The planetary army pressing in from all sides with artillery, disciplined shield lines, and gun crawlers bought by generations of inherited comfort. At the center of the encirclement, the remnants of the gladiator host stood amid corpses, gore frozen into the rocks, their last redoubt already collapsing under shell fire. They were not an army by then. They were a brotherhood dying. Marek remembered seeing them through magnifiers as the gunship banked. Bare-armed men in scavenged armor, some missing hands, some dragging ruined legs, some still carrying arena weapons no sane commander would have taken into mountain war if better tools existed. They fought like those already beyond hope. They fought for the right to choose the place of their death. And among them, Angron towered. He was not a prince awaiting reunion. He was not some noble barbarian king seated on a bone throne and ready to be elevated into destiny. He was half-naked, blood-slick, caked in mud and frozen gore, the cables of the butcher's nails glinting wetly where they had been hammered and grafted into his skull. Every heartbeat seemed to hurt him. Even from the gunship, Marek could see the agony in his movements, the way violence came too quickly and then seemed to cost too much afterward. Yet his fellow rebels stayed around him not from fear alone, but from love of the only giant among them who had chosen to die as one of their own. The Emperor did not land to stand beside them. He did not descend with custodians and annihilate the High Riders' armies. He did not call down the mountain hosts and say, "These are my people, and your chains are ended." He took Angron, just took him, a burst of impossible light, a blankness in the eye like reality, refusing its own shape for a heartbeat. Then Angron was gone from the mountain, and the rebels were left staring at the place where their king had stood, while the guns of New Syria continued to fire into them. Marek had not heard the sound the surviving rebels made then, but he imagined he still did in dreams. A grief too immediate for language, a betrayal so absolute that for one instant it must have seemed like sorcery. Khan spoke into that memory as if he saw it too. He was meant to die there, the captain said. Yes. With them. Yes. Khan's jaw tightened. That was the only freedom he had left. The retrieval chamber aboard the Emperor's vessel had smelled of ozone and blood. Angron had awakened on a medici slab under restraint fields strong enough to hold artillery pieces steady in void turbulence. He tore two free before the systems could fully engage. servitors died first. One lost both arms and most of its face when he ripped the restraint bar free and used it like a club. A Medici adept vanished against the far wall in a red fan before the custodians entered. Even then, Angron fought like a dying thing, too furious to admit death had moved elsewhere. Marek had been outside the chamber, not intended as witness, but no one noticed him in the uproar. The Emperor entered alone. That was what Angron saw first. Not pity, not his lost brothers, not the mountain, the golden figure who had taken him from the only death he had chosen. "You," Angron said. The word came out like a wound opening wider. The Emperor looked upon the blood, the torn servitors, the restraints hanging loose, the cables in Angron's skull twitching with every heartbeat. "I am the Emperor," he said, "and you are my son." Angron laughed then, and there was such pain in it that even the custodians at the threshold seemed to harden further, as if instinct told them there were griefs
against which even armor might fail. "I had brothers," Angron said. "I had sisters. I had a death that belonged to me. You stole all of them." The Emperor's face did not move. "I saved you." "No." Angron's hands opened and closed, fingers slick with blood not all his own. "You saved a body. I was meant to die in those mountains. What stands here now is what you dragged away from that death." There had been silence then, not peace, something more terrible. The silence of two immensities looking at one another from irreconcilable truths. At length Angron said, quieter, "All you have left is a ghost." The Emperor's answer had come without hesitation. "Then a ghost will suffice." Marek had felt that sentence like a knife under the ribs, not because it was loud, because it was not. It was calm, administrative, the choice of a ruler who had already measured the remaining value of a broken son and found it acceptable. In the hours after, the apothecarian became a chapel of failure. Mechanicum surgeons and legion medicae studied the butcher's nails in dim, hard light, while Angron lay sedated under psychic pressure and chemical shackles. Marek was allowed inside only once, under pretense of recording technical observations for restricted archive. He saw the Emperor there with an archmagos bent over opened cranial schematics. The hollow image hovering above the slab made Marek's stomach tighten. The implants were not merely in the skull, they were through it, tendrils biting deep into brain and spine, replacing what they had destroyed, teaching pain to masquerade as reward and mutilation to call itself function. Whole regions of Angron's higher self had been excised or devoured by the device. It was torture converted into biology. "Can it be removed?" the Emperor asked. The Archmagos hesitated a fatal fraction. "Not without killing him, Lord." The Emperor studied the schematic in silence. "And if left in place?" The Magos swallowed. "Progressive degeneration, increasing instability, eventual death. The exact term cannot be guaranteed. His physiology delays what would end another being sooner." Marek looked from the image to the Emperor and understood, with a sickness he would never quite forget, that knowledge had not changed the calculus. It had merely clarified it. The nails were an atrocity. They were also useful, for a time. Not long after, the 12th Legion came to receive its Primarch, and the tragedy deepened by one more turn. They had once been the Warhounds, a legion terrible enough, but not yet hollowed into worship of rage. They expected a father, and found a wound wearing human shape. Angron did not embrace them. He did not welcome them. He looked upon his gene sons in their ordered ranks, and saw only replacements offered by the same empire that had stolen his chosen dead. "You are not my brothers," he told them. No one in the hall forgot that. Khan's voice in the present had grown quieter by then, which on the conqueror felt more dangerous than shouting. "We tried discipline, honor, obedience. We tried being the sons the Imperium wanted us to be. He looked through us as through smoke." "And so?" Marek asked.
Khan did not answer immediately. Below them in the launch bay, more warriors boarded the waiting gunships. One legionary paused at the ramp and drove the heel of his hand savagely against his own temple before climbing aboard, as though to wake some preferred self or beat another one back into line. "And so we learned what language he still understood," Khan said. Marek thought of the slabs in the apothecarian annex, the restraints, the bite marks in steel, the nails. Yes, the word carried no pride, only fatalism. "They are failure made hereditary," Marek said. "They are pain made into kinship," Khan replied. "Do not mistake the difference." Marek did not know which was worse. He had seen enough now to understand how a legion bent around a Primarch's agony. First came frustration, then imitation offered as loyalty, then culture reshaped itself around the wound until what began as an attempt to bridge distance became doctrine. If Angron trusted only wrath, then wrath became virtue. If he could feel fellowship only through suffering, then suffering became currency. The 12th was not merely descending into berserk ruin. It was being educated by a father who could not love it cleanly because he had never been allowed to love cleanly himself. The launch klaxons sounded. Khan straightened. "There is your answer, Iterator. We are as we are because a slave king was denied his death and handed a legion instead." Marek looked through the glass. Angron had entered the bay without his approach being announced. No one would have mistaken him for anything but a Primarch, yet there was no prince in him. He walked with the force of something perpetually dragged against the grain of its own existence. The nails gleamed beneath his scalp in iron arcs and hammered pulses. Blood had dried in one ear, where the torment had evidently been worse this watch. His face was magnificent and ruined together. The 12th knelt as he passed. He barely saw them. At the assault ramp he stopped and looked out through the open bay into the cold void beyond the launch shields, where stars burned with the same indifferent purity they had shown above Nuceria's mountains. For one instant, Marek thought Angron might refuse, might turn, might finally speak the full accusation aloud before all his sons. Instead, he boarded, not as a reconciled son, not as a believer in the Crusade, not as a prince come gladly into inheritance. He boarded as a living indictment the Imperium had strapped into warplate and sent back to work. Behind him filed the Legion, already teaching itself how to bleed in his image. Ahead waited another world, another compliance, another mountain of dead men who had not asked to be made examples for a species-wide design. The assault craft sealed, engines kindled, and when the 12th Legion went to war, it carried with it not merely Angron, but the theft that had made him. By the time the Great Crusade found its full stride, Marek Voss ceased to think of it as an army and began to understand it as a circulatory system, vast enough to mistake itself for destiny. He saw it first at the fleet anchor above Mazoa, where the void was no longer dark between worlds, but crowded with the metal organs of empire. Battle barges hung beside refinery hulks, pilgrim retrofits stripped into troop transports, mechanicum macro docks, munition lighters, gene vault tenders, hospital arcs, and the swollen bellies of grain carriers dragged from newly compliant agri-worlds to feed wars light years away. Tugs crawled over hulls the size of cities. Plasma flares burned in ranks. Shipyard bells tolled over Vox channels, already half drowned by production cant and docking law. Every vessel moving in that black immense was either bringing force, carrying force, feeding force, or recording force for later use. There was no frontier in such a view, only throughput. Marek transferred through a chain of imperial hubs that year under seals of the Sigillite and counter-seals from the emerging civil bureaus of Terra, forge worlds, fleet anchors, munitorum depots rising from compliant moons in geometries of palletized ammunition and ration squares, tithe offices where newly conquered governors stood in line with hereditary rivals, they had spent generations trying to exterminate, all of them now reduced to supplicants before clerks with ledger slates and legal pistols. The Crusade was still war, yes, but it was becoming paperwork at a speed that frightened men who had imagined victory would end with banners over the stars. Every conquered world now arrived with annexes, quotas, labor distributions, population audits, compliance grades, educational decrees, revised calendars, cultural nullification orders, and appeal structures designed more to record dissent than hear it. The Iterator Corps changed with the empire it served. Once Marek and his kind had descended as speakers, persuasive knives wrapped in philosophy, telling frightened worlds that unity, reason, and survival were the same proposition. Now the Corps was being hardened into something colder. New training cells were raised on Terra and Luna. Standardized compliance catechisms replaced the old fleet-specific oratory. Civic replacement packages arrived in sealed crates with titles such as Transitional Governance Matrix, Mandatory Curriculum for Species Unity, and Protocols for Ritual Erasure in high-resistance cult sectors. Speech remained part of the work, but speech now came backed by forms, offices, inspectors, registries, audit servitors, and punishment schedules so meticulously codified that rebellion itself began to look administratively old.
Fashioned. "We no longer convince," Cassian Holt told Marek during one transfer through the bureaucracy hive at Cypra Mundi. The old Iterator's face had thinned into parchment over bone, but his eyes were brighter than ever, sharpened by proximity to Power's new machinery. "We install." "Install what?" Marek asked. Holt slid a stack of slate wafers across the table. They contained the educational reconstruction of 3 newly pacified worlds, all rendered into identical tiers of civic obedience despite originating in utterly different cultures. "Governable memory," Holt said. Outside the chamber, lines of junior iterators were being instructed in census procedure, archive seizure, tithe rhetoric, and how to draft a legally durable ban on native priesthoods in no more than 6 clauses. They looked less like scholars with sharpened tongues and more like the founding priesthood of an empire that denied priesthood existed. At the forge world of Sarum, Marek renewed acquaintance with Magos Chiron Vale and found the Mechanicum altered too. The old envoy of Olympus still moved with measured precision, but the war had threaded new fatigue into the servo cadence of his steps. He led Marek through gene manufactories sunk deep beneath the forge cathedra, where rows of biovolts pulsed in green half-light, and the air tasted of antiseptic, copper, and cooked protein. "Production has surpassed prudence," Chiron said. He did not say it as accusation, only as engineering fact. Marek looked through crysteel at embryonic organs drifting in nutrient columns, at racks of progenoid culture, at surgical servitors plating implantation rigs in sterile sheen. Beyond the sealed glass, menials in void masks worked in shifts that never truly ended. "The legions still expand," Marek said. "They expand because they must." Chiron's augmetic eye irised down to a red pinprick. But scale is a hungry master. Some lines remain stable, some do not. Minor eccentricities become stronger when production outruns caution. Implant rejection rises. Behavioral peculiarities harden. Apothecaries request replacement stock in quantities once considered obscene. Everyone speaks of glory. Few speak of wastage. He keyed a data slate and projected a run of censored reports. Failed implantation chains. Entire aspirant cohorts dead on the slabs. Stocks quarantined for irregularity. Apothecarian disputes between Legion and Forge Authority over whether a flaw was acceptable under current campaign conditions. Marek read in silence. "Will Terra slow the pace?" he asked. Chiron gave him a look that made the question feel childish. "Terra demands more." The Emperor's conquest had always required bodies and machines. Now it required them in numbers large enough to deform wisdom around itself. The Legions Astartes had been perfected on Luna and tempered across 2 centuries of war,
but the war itself was beginning to leave marks even in the making. Lore traditions around the Great Crusade treat the legions as products of mass-produced gene stock, whose later instabilities and divergent peculiarities were already seeded in the pressures of expansion, while the gene cults of Luna remained central to Astartes' manufacture. Marek found the army in worse temper with each transfer. Colonel Adrast Keel met him aboard a convoy station over Voss Minor, where the embarkation halls shook day and night under the passage of fresh levy columns. Millions of men passed through that anchor in grey and olive, some from old Terran stocks, some from newly compliant worlds still wearing the posture of subjects rather than citizens. They were issued rifles, ration tins, helmets, inoculations, and a short education in how to die for an empire most had never seen except in the shape of the officers shouting at them. Keel stood at a railing above one such hall, while the new troops filed below in blocks so long they vanished into exhaust haze. "Listen to them," he said. Marek listened. Boots, coughing, the clatter of mess tins, a distant scream from an induction pen where someone had resisted augmetic tagging, names being replaced by unit designations over vox horns. "They are not afraid of the enemy yet," Keel said. "They are afraid of administration. I am beginning to think that is more useful to Terra." Marek glanced at him. "You disapprove of order?" "I disapprove," said Keel, "of the way wars birth men of blood and then hand victory to men of paper." Below, a train of munition crawlers moved along the hall's flanks under the watch of white-robed clerks and military police. The clerks wore no medals. None had fought for the loading dock they now controlled. Yet their styluses determined which regiments ate, which moved, which froze in the dark, because some sealed office had decided numbers were more real than suffering. Keel's jaw worked slowly. "When this is over, if it is ever over, who rules what we built? Men who herd bolters, or scribes and nobles who spent the crusade under clean lumens speaking of necessary losses?" Marek could not answer, because the question had begun haunting too many corridors already. The Astartes spoke of it more quietly, but they spoke of it. A captain of the Imperial Fists, armor marked by sieges from a dozen compliance zones, said to Marek during a transfer at the Jovian ring docks, "We break worlds, mortals hold them. That is proper. Yet more and more I see the holders arriving before the world is even ash-cooled, and they look at us not as founders, but as embarrassing necessities. Weapons to be thanked once and then shut in the armory." Another, a Lunar Wolves line officer, whose name Marek did not know, drank half a cup of recaf and stared through the viewport at cargo lighters moving between station spires. "We are building a palace," he said, "for people who will someday insist they raised it themselves." Marek thought of Horus then, of how easily the first son could speak to mortal officers and make them feel included in history rather than consumed by it. The Emperor did not do that anymore. He was visible less often with each passing season. Orders came from Terra or from chains of authority increasingly shaped in Terra's image. Compliance directives bore more civil seals. Tithe structures multiplied. Whole departments bloomed beneath the council with no battlefield pedigree at all. Rumors followed the Emperor's absence like vapor from a hidden reactor. A secret labor beneath the palace. A project older than the Crusade itself. A gate. A road. A design for mankind too vast to explain. None of the rumors could be proved. All of them mattered because the one fact beneath them was beyond dispute. The Emperor's attention was bending inward toward Terra, and the Imperium was beginning to learn how cold it felt when the source of its heat looked elsewhere. After the Crusade's great expansion past its second century, Imperial records describe thousands of active expeditionary fleets, tens of thousands of detached compliance groups, and an expanding civil apparatus centered increasingly on Terra as the Emperor withdrew into grander hidden designs. Then came the remembrances. At first they arrived as nuisances in small numbers. Painters with vac-sealed kit cases, poets with military escorts and soft hands, pictographers, chroniclers, archive men, commemorative sculptors, sanctioned biographers, and self-conscious historians who had convinced some office on terror that the empire required memory while it was still making itself. Then the trickle became a tide. Entire berths were surrendered to them. Civilian quarters spread through ships once reserved only for officers and technical staff. They came trailing portfolios, recording rigs, patronage seals, and a hunger for curated magnificence. Marek watched one group board at Ganymede, while army dead were being offloaded through another airlock in sheeted rows. "They are here to remember us," said a gunnery major with open contempt. "No," Keel answered from beside him. "They are here to decide what may be remembered." That was truer than either man knew. In the Great Crusade's final stretch, the remembrancer impulse swelled into a vast civil project, with millions of chroniclers, artists, and memorial personnel intended to record mankind's triumph, though the work often curated glory rather than truth. The chapter of blood in that season came on the tithe world of Hesperax. It had already entered compliance 2 years earlier and had served dutifully enough, while the local governor still believed obedience purchased lenience. Then the second tithe revision arrived from Terra and tripled the extraction quotas on grain, promethium derivatives, and labor levies. Hesperax protested, not with open secession, with petitions, delays, and the kind of legal resistance that men of paper often mistake for safer than rebellion. The governor suspended grain convoys while he appealed. 2 cities rioted when the first mandatory labor drafts began stripping hab wards for off-world shipment. A temple of old local stockpiling rights reopened in secret. An Arbeits liaison was found, butchered in a drainage culvert, with tithe forms nailed to his chest. By the time Marek's transfer convoy entered orbit, the planet was already marked for punitive correction. He stood in the strategium while officers discussed harvest deficits, transit losses, and how many examples would be necessary to bring the world back into arithmetic. Not back into loyalty. Arithmetic. "The capital granaries," said the fleet's presiding logistarch, "destroyed publicly." "The machine refineries?" asked a mechanicum factor. "Preserve." "The governor?" "Alive until the proclamations are read." Astartes were assigned only one role in the operation: decisive terror. The Ultramarines descended first at dawn in blue spears through low yellow cloud. They took the governor's palace district in under an hour, breaking through ceremonial guard formations and militia barricades with the severe, methodical violence of men offended less by resistance than inefficiency. The army followed in mass columns. Crowd control shells broke Habward rioters into panicked rivers of flesh. Tanks sealed the market roads. Levy police dragged labor agitators from alleys and shrine cellars. The old stockpiling temple was hit by orbital precision fire in the middle of a packed noon gathering, and when Marek later walked through the ruin, the prayer vault beneath had become a steaming butcher pit of collapsed stone, split torsos, burning parchment, and grain mixed with blood into a paste that clung to boots. The governor was brought in chains to the steps of his own tithe hall. Marek read the decree. Hesperax had failed its obligations to the species. Hesperax had elevated local need above imperial necessity. Hesperax had embraced hoarding, sedition, and cultic obstruction. Its ruling household was thereby stripped of all legitimacy and declared forfeit. The governor tried to speak once. A bolt round took his jaw away. He was hanged alive regardless, twitching beneath the imperial sigil, while the plaza loudhailers recited the revised export quotas. By nightfall, the convoys were moving again. That was the true perfection of the thing, not the massacre itself, the speed with which the ledger resumed. Later, in the station chapel that had replaced Hesperax's old tithe shrine, one remembrancer sketched the square where the governor had died and remarked to his companion that the smoke would make the composition grander if it caught the moonlight. Marek nearly struck him. Instead, he kept walking. At the far end of that campaign cycle, he stood once more in a war room, this one buried beneath Terra's own outer bastion chains, and looked upon the strategic map that no ordinary man was ever meant to hold fully in his mind. It covered an entire wall, then the next, then rose into the vaulting in tiers of hololithic depth. Fleet sigils burned across it in impossible profusion. Not dozens, not hundreds, thousands. 4,287 primary expeditionary fleets in active exploration and conquest by one key tally, with hundreds more in refit and repair, and around 60,000 detached compliance groups scattered through occupation, pacification, and colonization. Each pulse of light on that map was a command structure, an army mass, a void caravan, an ideological weapon, a clerical apparatus, and somewhere beneath all of that, a field of dead men. Marek stood before the great spread of empire and felt not triumph, but scale. The galaxy looked conquerable on that wall. It also looked wounded. Every fleet rune was a war. Every war was a demand. Every demand had already been paid once in blood, and would be paid again in memory, labor, and the careful administrative stripping of whatever world survived it. The map burned on in silence, while Terra's engines throbbed under stone and steel. In that light, the Imperium did not resemble a dream. It resembled an appetite large enough to count its own devourings as destiny. The first reports from Ulanor did not sound like war. They sounded like appetite. Marek Voss read them in a chamber overrun with parchment seals, data wafers, casualty. Abstractions and fleet requests dense enough to make language feel inadequate. Greenskin migration patterns swollen beyond all prior projection. System after system overrun, not by raids, not by isolated warbands, but by concentrations so vast that imperial cartographers had stopped labeling them incursions and begun marking them as moving geographies of violence. Worlds vanished beneath them. Convoys disappeared into zones of scrap, lit interference. Listening posts transmitted screams, engine howls, and gun bursts layered so thickly that the resulting vox distortion resembled laughter. Ulanor. The name passed through the fleet network in tones that mixed anticipation with the hush men reserve for final examinations and funeral marches. A massive empire of greenskins stood there, concentrated enough to be visible even to the grand strategists of Terra as a single monstrous knot in the fabric of the Crusade. If broken, the myth of imperial inevitability would swell to near divine stature. If not, then after all the centuries, all the compliances, all the burned shrines and butchered kings, mankind would be forced to confront the possibility that the galaxy still contained enemies too large to digest. That could not be allowed. The mustering began before the rhetoric fully caught up to it. Marek saw the first stage at the Jovian outer anchor, where warships assembled in numbers that made earlier campaigns seem local by comparison. The void itself changed character beneath such traffic. Fleet lanes hardened into luminous arteries through the dark. Battle barges drifted in formation beside grand cruisers and escort chains. Army carriers came in swollen tiers, each one heavy with tanks, rations, fuel, replacement bodies, munitions, medici stores, and the 1,000 lesser burdens without which heroism starved before reaching the ground. Mechanicum hulks moved in slow and terrible procession, hulls bristling with transmission spines and macro dock clamps. Titan conveyors lumbered behind them like migrating fortresses. Every docking bell rang. Every berth was full. Every hab ring overflowed with transit personnel, levy columns, remembrancers, logisticians, and officers fighting the war in ledgers before it ever reached a battlefield. Then came the legions. Their banners hung from launch towers and embarkation gantries in layered fields of color and heraldry. Wolves, eagles, lightning strikes, gauntlets, winged swords, broken suns, iron sigils, skulls wreathed in doctrine and conquest runes. The lunar wolves were present in ceremonial force, pale plate and wolf-eye iconography drawing the eye even among such grandeur. The white scars descended in lean, spear-headed companies that seemed impatient even at rest. Imperial fists moved with yellow armored inevitability, each formation giving the impression that if they ever chose to stop, the place where they stopped would become permanent. Titan legios marked their own musters in thunder. Knight households knelt in gantries open to vacuum, while sacristans anointed their war engines beneath klaxons and incense fog. The army landers waited in plains of iron, row after row after row, like a second city built only to fall from orbit. Colonel Adrast Keel stood with Marek on an observation bridge over one such embarkation field and watched the columns loading beneath the hard light. "This is not an army," Keel said. "No. It is the species teaching itself how to die efficiently." Below them, millions moved according to signal lights, boarding chits, and shouted time marks. Men vanished into troop landers in such density that after a while the individual body lost meaning, and the whole process resembled grain being fed into a machine. Marek looked up through the observation glass toward the gathering stars of fleet traffic. Or how to kill on a scale the species has never before required. Keel's mouth tightened. That is the phrase they will use, is it not? Required. He was not wrong. By the time the Ulanor command net reached full spread, necessity had become the holiest word in the war. Horus Lupercal stood at the center of that necessity and seemed born for it. Marek had seen him before, in smaller theaters, in the controlled violences of compliance and dynastic punishment. Ulanor altered the scale and proved that the charisma had not been a trick of proximity. On the command decks, in the strategium amphitheaters, in the docking planes, where mortal officers and transhuman captains gathered beneath banners and hololithic battle suns, Horus radiated command with such force that men began orienting themselves toward him before he spoke. He moved through the muster like a sovereign who could make every cog in the machine believe itself personally valued. He knew names. He remembered old campaigns. He could speak to a naval commodore about void lanes, then turn and ask an army quartermaster how many days of promethium his armored columns required if the ash storms thickened beyond prior models. He did not merely dominate command. He made command feel more coherent for having passed through him. That was why the officers loved him. That was why even those wary of Primarch grandeur found themselves steadying when he entered a room. Marek watched him in a high strategy vault above the Ulanor staging zone, while fleet dispositions burned in concentric suns over the tactical pit. The room held generals, mechanicum factors, void admirals, titan princeps, and legion commanders enough to turn a lesser hall into a cathedral of war. Horus moved among them all as if the space had been built to fit his stride. "We do not answer greenskin mass with isolated heroics," he said, one gauntlet tracing fresh vectors through the hololith. "We answer it with layered extinction. Break the outer fleets, blind the orbital guns, split the surface hordes from their heavy industry. Do not let them choose the tempo. Do not admire their size. Kill the connections, and the mass will become stupidity too spread out to matter." He looked to the army section then, to Keel and the other senior mortal commanders. "You will be asked to take and hold ground no sane man would choose. You will take it anyway. We are not fighting for cities. We are fighting for the right to close our hand around the throat of an empire and keep squeezing. No theatrical flourish, no empty thunder." Yet the chamber tightened around him, as though conviction itself had become more structurally sound. Then the Emperor entered, and everyone else became smaller. It happened so swiftly that even Marek, who had felt that collapse of scale before, still found his breath catching in reflexive submission. Horus remained vast. The assembled commanders remained powerful. The war remained monstrous in its complexity. Yet when the Emperor crossed the threshold in gold and white, and terrible calm, all those realities shrank a degree and revealed their dependency. He did not need to assert precedence. The room surrendered it before thought intervened. He stood over the hololith of Ulanor, and the Orc Empire's spread of green runes seemed, for one impossible instant, already halfway to a solved problem. "Horus," he said, "my lord." That was all, and the whole chamber heard the meanings packed inside the exchange. Respect, authority, nearness, distance. Horus was closer to the Emperor than any other son had ever seemed. He was also still a son being addressed from above a gulf no amount of competence could fully bridge. The Emperor studied the battle lines, then turned slightly toward Horus. "You would strike the outer fleets first." "Yes," Horus said. "Bleed the Void Arm before we commit the mass landings. The Greenskins are too numerous to permit wasteful descent patterns." The Emperor's gaze did not leave the map. "And if the delay allows Urlak-Urg to concentrate further on the primary world?" "Then we reward his instinct," Horus replied. "A larger concentration permits a larger kill." For the faintest heartbeat, there was something near approval in the Emperor's expression. "You have learned to think in extermination without becoming crude," he said. It was praise, and the commanders nearest Horus felt it like warmth. Horus himself inclined his head with perfect measure. "I learned from the greatest teacher available." The Emperor looked at him then. The room held its breath. The answer, when it came, was precise enough to wound if one had the habit of hearing for absence. "Then continue learning." Respect. Undeniable. Yet the intimacy Horus offered returned to him disciplined into instruction. Marek saw the Primarch receive that as he received everything from his father, outwardly serene, inwardly filed away like a blade awaiting future use. The Void War began before many of the army's landing columns had even finished loading. Marek watched the opening engagements from the command decks, while the hololith raged with kill markers and evaporating signal chains. Imperial pickets entered the outer Orc defenses and found not disorder, but a kind of brutal systemic abundance. Greenskin ships poured from debris belts, moon docks, and mobile scrap fortresses in swarms so dense that range officers momentarily lost target discrimination. They came screaming across the black in patched iron masses studded with gun decks, engine clusters, and boarding spikes. They bled atmosphere, flame, and debris from 100 wounds and still accelerated. They rammed when firing lanes clogged. They fired when ramming would have been cleaner. They died noisily enough to disrupt auger readings and turned their own wreckage into fresh hazards. Imperial discipline met them in measured annihilation. Lance batteries carved burning corridors through incoming waves. Macro cannon fire broke Orc hulls into incandescent ruin. Fighter screens knifed between debris fields, while escort squadrons boxed off boarding swarms and cut them down in layers. Yet even in victory, the scale was appalling. A greenskin kill cruiser split open under concentrated fire and still managed to crash through an Imperial troop transport behind it, dooming 50,000 men before they had seen the planet below. Another Orc hulk detonated in proximity to a fuel train, and the resulting blast washed half a formation line in boiling plasma. The void around Ulanor filled with wreckage so thick that recovery officers simply gave up pretending the dead might all be named. On the surface, the war was worse. Kiel went down with the Third Army wave and returned after 2 days for a command conference looking a decade older. Dust and soot had dried into every seam of his armor. One of his gauntlets was blackened almost to the elbow. He stood before the strategic table, while servitors hissed medici foam over a burn along his neck, and said, in a voice too tired for performance, "The plains are on fire for 30 kilometers in every direction. Tank fields still burn where they were hit in the first descent. We have columns crushed flat beneath Orc scrap haulers bigger than hab blocks. Mountains of dead at the landing ridges. Ours, theirs. Hard to tell once the tracks go over them enough times." Marek said nothing. Keel looked at him, eyes bloodshot and savage. "Write that down, Iterator. Write the smell down too. Burned promethium, opened bowels, wet fungus, hot iron, and the kind of blood that turns black in dust before you finish noticing it. That is what your great myth smells like on the ground." He left the chamber before anyone could answer. Marek went surface side on the next administrative descent, and saw enough to understand why Keel's voice had sounded half-broken. Orc warfare was not merely violent. It was saturation. Noise thick enough to become weather. Gun lines assembled from wreckage and corpses. Gargants stomping through smoke like obscene mockeries of titans. Belly guns vomiting fire over fields already choked with the dead. Greenskin infantry in masses so huge they resembled landslides given muscle and malice. Their camps spread in rusted sprawl across the horizon, furnace smoke joining with dust storms until the whole world looked as if it were being smelted in open air. Against that, the Imperium answered with doctrine and mass extermination. Titan engines strode through the ash like walking verdicts, each step shaking bodies deeper into the mud. Astartes formations cut spear corridors through greenskin knots, too dense for ordinary line troops to survive. Army artillery pounded kill zones until the shell impacts merged into one continuous scream of detonating ground. Mechanicum crawlers stripped wreckage while the battle still rolled around them. Ulanor did not permit elegance. It demanded persistence and arithmetic. The side that kept feeding material into the furnace longer and more deliberately would own the final silence. At dusk on the second major push, Marek stood upon a command rise as lunar wolves and Imperial Army armored cohorts advanced together across a plain clogged with burning hulks. Horus himself was on the field below, visible even at distance by the speed with which morale seemed to harden around his presence. Vox channels steadied when he spoke. Line officers stopped arguing and started obeying faster, a breach that might have become panic under. Another commander instead folded into a killing box precisely because he was there to see it and act before lesser minds had finished naming the danger. The Imperium did not need Ulanor only as a victory. It needed Ulanor as proof. Proof that after the Xenocides, after Monarchia, after Nicaea, after the endless compliances and the mounting bureaucracy and the subtle chill spreading from terror's inward turn, the Crusade could still culminate in something clean enough to believe in. A final vast enemy, a final necessary war, a final grand assertion that the galaxy could, in fact, be finished if mankind was ruthless enough to pay the price. That understanding sickened Marek because it was true. When the last High Command convocation assembled before the decisive assault, the Emperor and Horus stood together over the burning hololith of Ulanor Prime, while the remaining war zones pulsed around them in crimson, gold, and green. The Orc concentrations had been narrowed, their outer fleets broken, their industrial belts mauled. The center remained, Urlak Urg's capital, shielded by fortifications, massed hordes, and enough guns to make the air itself look armored. Horus spoke first. "We hit the primary bastion chains at dawn," he said. "Full surface commitment, Titans through the western slag basins, army mass in the southern trenches to fix the horde concentrations, my sons and the spear legions through the breach corridors. We do not give them time to reconsolidate." The Emperor listened, then reached out and altered the map with one movement of his hand. "No," he said, "not only your sons." The chamber went still. He looked upon the gathered commanders, upon Horus, upon the blazing heart of Ulanor itself. "I will lead the assault." No one argued. No one would have dared. Yet the effect ran through the chamber like the opening of some vast sealed vault. Relief in some, fear in others. In Horus, something more complex. Exaltation, yes, because the war's climax would be fought beside the father, whose regard still mattered more than victory itself. But also the old reminder, subtle and sharp, that the final myth must still be authored by the Emperor's hand. Orders spread at once. Titan holds roared alive. Assault waves were re-indexed. Army columns began moving through the night. From the embarkation planes rose the sound of 10,000 engines readying to fall upon a world already close to drowning in its own dead. Marek watched the command rune flare across the hololith and felt the whole campaign draw taut toward the next dawn. The decisive assault had been named, and the master of mankind had committed himself to its climax. The assault began before dawn and made a mockery of dawn by the time the first light touched the smoke. Marek Voss came down in the fourth command wave, long after the opening violence had already split the horizon into a chain of new suns. Even within the descent cradle, even through the scream of engines and the hard rattle of impact alarms, he felt Ulanor convulsing beneath him. Teleport flares stabbed through the storm banks in white and violet bursts where the first spear forces were punching into the fortress crown. Macro shells walked across the plains in marching walls of fire. Titan reactors burned through the haze like moving stars. Armored spearheads were already chewing into the outer bastion zones, their tracks grinding fortress rubble, mud, orc meat, and their own dead into a single dark paste that sprayed up in sheets behind them. The lander slammed down into a world that no longer resembled geography. The fields before the bastion chains had been turned to a continent of ruin. Craters overlapped until the earth had lost the right to call itself solid. Burned-out armor husks smoked in drifts of ash and pulverized bone. Dead greenskins lay in mounded ridges where artillery had caught them packed too densely to disperse. Their vast bodies opened in obscene heaps of butchered muscle, ruptured gut, and shattered tusk. Imperial dead were harder to count because so many had been hammered flat beneath tank treads, buried in collapses, or scattered in wet fragments by shell bursts. The air itself seemed built from powdered masonry, atomized blood, engine fumes, fungal rot, hot brass, and the electrical stench of void shields dying under strain. Keel met Marek at a makeshift command scrape, gouged into the lee of a half-collapsed bunker. The colonel's coat was gone. He had fought in body armor blackened almost to charcoal, one sleeve torn away, his face caked with soot and something darker. "You are late," Keel said, though there was no force behind it. "I came down as soon as the command staff would release the wave." Keel gave a hollow grunt and pointed toward the forward ridge. "Then watch quickly. Men are dying faster than reports can describe them." Marek climbed the shattered earthwork and saw the battle whole for the first time. The fortress approaches of Ulanor stretched outward in rings of broken wall, gun pits, scrap towers, trench mazes, and blasted plains clogged with continuous movement. Imperial artillery was still hammering the bastion mouths. Titans strode in the smoke, vast and godless, their weapons turning whole sections of the orc line into erupting weather. Armored columns pushed through breach lanes under curtains of suppressive fire, chewing through orc masses that threw themselves bodily against the tracks in numbers so dense some tanks climbed living hills of greenskin flesh to keep momentum. Overhead, assault craft screamed low through flak storms, while gunships vomited Astartes into the shattered flanks of the enemy lines. Here and there, the pale flare of teleport insertion still burst inside the fortress crown, where the spear companies fought room by room among detonating bulkheads and collapsing towers. It was not war as men imagined it. It was industrial slaughter, given rhythm. The Emperor was already on the field. Marek did not see him at first with his eyes, but in the shape of the battle around him. A region of impossible momentum, a line that should have stalled and instead advanced, a bastion segment that should have held and instead seemed to come apart from within. Then the smoke shifted, and he saw gold moving through ruin. He had thought himself prepared. He had watched the Emperor on Mount Ararat, on Luna, in the courts of kings and the squares of punishment. None of that had prepared him for the battlefield truth of him. He did not merely kill. He overwhelmed the scale by which killing could be morally understood. Greenskins charged in knots large enough to swamp armored platoons, and died in incandescent flurries around him, not always from blade or fired weapon, but from the intolerable fact of being near a will too vast for their crude existence to survive intact. Men near him fought harder and looked away more often. The Emperor moved through smoke and shell bursts, as though the war had accepted his primacy and adjusted its laws accordingly. One sweep of his blade cut a towering orc war chief in half at the chest and left both pieces burning from the inside out. A second later, a shock of force burst outward from him and flung an entire tide of charging greenskins back in broken arcs, bodies ripping open mid-flight, tusks and limbs cartwheeling through the ash. A bunker line that had held 3 armored assaults simply ceased to exist after he passed it. The ground itself had been scorched glass and slag, where flesh and fortification had occupied the same coordinates a heartbeat earlier. Even the loyal soldiers who saw it were afraid. A line of army grenadiers near Marek stopped firing for 1 fatal second, not from cowardice, but because the spectacle of the Emperor in battle exceeded the habits by which fear remained manageable. Their sergeant had to strike one man across the helm and scream at him to keep his eyes on the orc trench, not on the golden figure turning the center of the battlefield into a liturgical nightmare. The Emperor saved that section minutes later by obliterating a greenskin countercharge that would have rolled over them. The survivors cheered him afterward with blood in their mouths and terror still stuck in their throats. Horus fought beside him. That was the image every remembrancer would later try to preserve in some purified form, yet no clean record could do justice to how magnificent and unhealthy the symmetry looked in truth. Horus was everything a son should have been in a story designed by kinder gods. Vast, brilliant, unstoppable, beautiful in wrath, commanding the movement of men as easily as he split orc skulls beneath his maul. At his father's side, he seemed both completed and diminished, perfected by nearness and reduced by it in the same instant. The ideal heir beside the ideal weapon, the most gifted son in creation, fighting 2 paces from a being who would never permit even that magnificence to stand entirely alone. Marek watched them break an enemy bastion together. Horus led the charge through the breach with lunar wolves at his back, pale armor turned black with soot and thick orc blood. The Emperor entered by no obvious route at all, simply there amid the collapse, and between them the strongpoint died in less time than it took the command net to update its designation. Horus struck like disciplined fury, each blow purposeful, every movement tied to the larger shape of the assault. The Emperor struck like judgment stripped of all need to justify itself. One taught men how to conquer, the other reminded them conquest had never been meant to answer to human tenderness. Marek descended into the fortress crown later, after the breach had widened enough to permit staff transit, and found that the interior war was uglier than the open plains. Boarding corridors inside the orc citadels became slaughter gutters, where greenskin mass and imperial precision collided in spaces too tight for grandeur. Marines were torn open at arm's length by cleavers the size of industrial cutters. Orcs vanished under volleys of bolter fire that burst their torsos into sheets of meat and blackish arterial spray that hit the walls hot enough to steam. Chain blades screamed through necks, shoulders, bellies, and the thick fungal cords of greenskin limbs. Grenades turned chambers into rotating blizzards of fragment, teeth, and liquefied organs. Marek stepped over a corridor sump, where blood from both species ran together around spent magazines and loose eyeballs. He saw a dead lunar wolf braced upright against a ruptured bulkhead, with half his ribcage missing, and an orc still impaled on the gladius thrust through its jaw. He saw medici thralls dragging a living Astartes by both arms, while the warrior's opened abdomen spilled in looping ropes behind him, his teeth still bared in a snarl, because the body had not yet accepted the scale of its own ruin. Captain Valen of the Lunar Wolves found Marek in the inner breach sectors and pressed him against a wall moments before a massive shell smashed through the chamber ahead and turned 3 army troopers into red vapor. "You should not be here," the captain said. "No place on this world is safe enough to justify a distinction." Valen glanced back toward the golden flare of the central push, where the Emperor advanced deeper into the fortress heart. "Safe is not the measure," he said. Marek looked at him then, at the blood on his pale plate and the strange conflict in his eyes. "You have fought beside him today." "Yes." "And?" For a second, Valen seemed older than the war, not merely tired, disabused. "To be close to him," he said quietly, "is to understand that ordinary morality matters very little at his altitude." Another blast shook the passage. Valen turned at once and resumed command, but the words stayed with Marek like iron filings in the bloodstream. The Emperor's interventions saved the campaign repeatedly. That was the truth no one could deny. When an Orc gargant lumbered from the smoke belt and began tearing through the western assault corridor, it was the Emperor who crossed the killing ground beneath its guns and gutted the machine in a storm of force that split armor plate and detonated its core. The resulting blast flattened 2 entire army companies and cooked their tanks from the inside, but the gargant died before it could break the flank. When a counter-assault nearly trapped the southern spearhead against a collapsed bastion wall, it was the Emperor who opened a path by reducing the enemy knot to a zone of burning ruin no ordinary man could enter for several minutes after. The trapped companies lived. Hundreds nearer the blast edge died screaming with their lungs seared black. When the void above the fortress crown flared with the wreck of a crippled Orc gunship, and its descent threatened to annihilate the central command push, the Emperor reached upward in a way Marek still could not name later, and broke the fall enough that the wreck struck short of the main spear corridor. The price was that it came down on an army reserve transit line instead. Those men died too quickly, even for screams. Awe followed him. So did collateral ruin. Both were treated as natural consequences of scale. The final advance toward Urlach-Urg's command fortress became almost simple after that, not because it was easy, but because every lesser complexity had been burned away. The Emperor and Horus drove the core spear through concentric kill rings, while Titans sealed the outer approaches, and the army drowned the remaining greenskin masses in artillery and disciplined line extermination. Marek moved with the rear of the command element long enough to see the threshold of the last hall. Urlach-Urg came out of smoke, fire, and roaring iron like some obscene condensation of the Empire they had crossed half a sector to kill. He was huge even by Orc measure, armored in plates hammered from 100 conquered engines, tusks caked with old blood, one power claw crackling and the other hand gripping a weapon that resembled a shipboard battery cut down only slightly for carrying. He did not issue a challenge. He did not posture. He bellowed and came on through falling masonry, while his guard died around him in chunks. The confrontation was over almost before Marek's mind understood it had begun. Urlach smashed aside a Lunar Wolf veteran so hard the warrior hit the wall already folded wrong. Horus met the warlord at full charge, Maul crashing against Claw in a concussion that shook dust from the roof. The Emperor was there a heartbeat later, faster than proportion should have allowed. Urlach turned toward him with the crude instinct of predators recognizing the greater threat. Horus's blow shattered one knee. The Emperor's blade went in under the warlord's rib armor and up through the monstrous torso in a line of gold light and red-black explosion. Urlach staggered, roaring once, as Horus broke the skull with a second strike that ended the sound in wet ruin. That was all. No prolonged exchange, no ceremonial duel, just shocking, efficient violence at the highest level, father and son moving in lethal concurrence long enough to erase the biggest Orc in the galaxy. The moment Urlach died, Ulanor changed character. Not at once everywhere, but enough. The greenskin command cohesion broke. Whole fronts began to ripple, then collapse into individual knots of savagery without shared direction. Imperial Vox channels shifted tone within minutes. No longer assault, breach, or reduce. Now cleanse, pursue, eradicate, seal, burn. Extermination replaced conquest with almost embarrassing ease, as though chivalry had never been under consideration at all. The army surged through the broken sectors with tanks and line infantry, executing any greenskin shape that still moved. Titans shelled retreat concentrations until the plains became impact-pocked kill fields of shredded orc meat, broken tracks, and crater water turned pink-black with diluted blood. Astartes packs hunted down fortresses, bunkers, and tunnel mouths, leaving only fire behind them. Mechanicum grinders and corpse haulers entered before full silence had fallen, beginning the work of rendering victory into salvage, fuel, and numbers. By dusk, Ulanor belonged to the Imperium. It stank of victory so badly Marek wanted to retch. He walked the outer kill fields beside Keel, who had survived the day by an insult to arithmetic, and now looked at the aftermath with eyes too dry for tears. The plains beyond the fortress were carpeted in bodies, orcs in piles large enough to resemble berms, men under them, between them, flattened by them. Half-burned hulks stood in long black rows, where armored formations had died advancing. Servitors dragged corpses by the ankles toward rendering pits. Flamers purged mounds too unstable to sort. The wounded called for medici, for water, for their mothers, for the emperor, for release, often in the same breath. Carrion smog from continuous pyres had begun to settle over the lowlands. "Will they call this glorious?" Keel asked. "Yes," Marek said. Keel stared at a corpse hauling crane, lifting a bundle of dead men tangled with dead greenskins and wrecked track segments in one dripping mass. They will not be entirely lying. That, somehow, was the most sickening part. Later, in the newly secured heights of Ulanor's broken command district, remembrancers and strategists were already discussing platforms, avenues, restoration plans, and which vistas best communicated the imperial scale of the achievement. The world was being turned into a trophy, while its trenches still leaked into the slag channels. Armorers scrubbed the gore from ceremonial plate. Logistics adepts tabulated munitions. Expenditure beside corpse counts too high to say aloud in ordinary conversation. The Emperor was elsewhere, his work finished. Horus still moved among the commanders, blood-stained and radiant, accepted congratulations with the gravity of one who had earned them at the center of apocalypse. Marek looked out over the burning world and tried the word in his mind for the first time. Triumph. Below him the fires still rose through smoke thick with rendered flesh. The word sounded almost obscene. The smoke had not finished rising when they began to decorate it. Ulanor still stank of opened bodies, scorched armor, wet fungal rot, promethium runoff, and the sour iron sweetness that came when whole killing fields were left too long beneath heat and handling crews. The trenches outside the capital fortress remained packed with the dead. The rendering pits still burned beyond the outer ridges. Servitors dragged green carcasses by chains through sludge made from blood, rain, and pulverized masonry. Yet above all of that, upon avenues carved through the ruin by ceaseless labor and blunt decree, banners rose. Marek Voss stood on a newly plated processional way, where the stones beneath his boots had been scrubbed, relaid, and sanctified, while the plains beyond remained black with corpses. The avenue ran arrow straight toward the central triumphal, a wound made orderly. Tens of thousands of men had worked through the night to raise grandstands, signal towers, review plinths, vox columns, and imperial iconography over a city that had, a day earlier, been an orc fortress, and before that, a charnel maze. Gold draperies hung over still cracked walls. Aquilae were bolted over shell impacts. Statues had appeared as if summoned from air, their fresh-cut surfaces not yet dulled by dust. Even the smoke had been given direction, vented and thinned where it interfered with the line of sight, allowed to billow where it made the horizon look suitably apocalyptic. That was when Marek finally understood with full disgust that the Crusade was theatre as much as war. Not false theatre, not lies exactly, something worse. The arrangement of true things into a single approved meaning. The dead would remain dead. The victory would remain victory. The ruins would remain real enough to smell. But which truth survived in memory depended on how the spectacle was staged while the blood was still tacky. All around him, the remembrances multiplied like a species discovering ideal climate. Painters under parasols of treated cloth. Pictographers adjusting angles so the grandstands concealed the corpse trains in the lower districts. Poets with military escorts. Sculptors sketching the emperor's line of approach before he had even appeared. Administrators moved among them with slate boards, assignment rods, transport warrants, seating hierarchies, and disciplinary authority over who might stand near the central avenue when history was frozen into usable form. The Order of Remembrances was formalized in the Great Crusade's later period and expanded after Ulanor as part of a more authoritative effort to memorialize mankind's reconquest, even as civil structures on Terra and beyond increasingly shaped the Imperium's public memory. Behind the reviewed grandeur, Malcador's people were already building the next age. Marek saw them in the annex halls, the outer command cells, the sealed bureaucratic galleries where victory was being translated into governance before the applause had even begun. New civil offices, new tithe jurisdictions, new appointment seals for worlds not yet fully cooled from conquest. Malcador himself moved through the background of the triumph with the still precision of a man who knew parades mattered only insofar as they softened men for the real work of power. The Emperor had not simply won Ulanor. He was using it as the hinge upon which the Imperium would swing from conquest toward administration. Shortly after Ulanor, the Council of Terra was created as the new civil governing body, while the Emperor withdrew to secret work beneath the palace, and military command increasingly separated from civilian rule under Horus as War Master. The parade began with silence imposed by scale. First came the Titans. They advanced along the outer avenues like walking fortresses, draped in victory cloth, their banners streaming over armor still stained where orc guns and desperate weather had left their signatures. The crowd did not cheer at first. It stared. Even veteran soldiers straightened unconsciously as the god engines passed, each step shuddering through the triumphal paving and the bones of those standing upon it. After them came the knight households, ranked and brilliant, then armored columns of the army, gun decks polished, tracks still carrying the grit of the kill fields. Levy regiments passed in such number that the parade stopped resembling procession and became flow. The men moved beneath standards bearing names already becoming legend, while medici carts in the side lanes quietly removed those who fainted from wounds they had hidden long enough to be present. Then the Astartes came, legions in review order, their heraldry broken across the avenue in waves of color and icon. The imperial fists like blocks of disciplined sunlight, the white scars lean and restless even in ceremony, the ultramarines severe and composed, as if parade and prosecution were adjacent arts. The lunar wolves in pale plate still darkened by recent war, despite every effort to polish them clean. The sight of so many legions assembled upon one world at once made the conquest of the galaxy feel, for one dangerous instant, possible in a simple way. One could look at those ranks and believe the universe had already lost the argument. Marek watched the Primarchs as much as he watched the hosts beneath them. That, too, was part of the truth of Ulanor. Action had ended. Now reaction mattered more. He saw pride worn openly by some, a satisfaction too great to hide and too immense to be called vanity. He saw calculation in others, the fast private arithmetic of men measuring how one brother's elevation might reorder all future wars. He saw irritation in the set jaw and narrowed eyes of those who had bled too much, conquered too much, or thought themselves no less worthy of central honor. He saw silence where rivalry was too old and too proud to clothe itself in smiles. Brotherhood, for all the stories told around it, looked political when brought beneath such light. Every glance carried weight. Every pause became signal. These were not merely sons gathered in triumph. They were power blocks in armor, dynastic possibilities arranged around a father whose favor had never been distributed evenly. The emperor arrived last, because of course he did. The avenue belonged to him the instant he entered it. No matter how many legions had passed, how many titans strode, how many banners cracked in the heated wind over still smoking stone, the pageant warped around his presence as iron bends in a greater magnetic field. He wore gold and white, immaculate enough to make the ruin around him seem selected rather than accidental. Custodians flanked him in Auramite severity. Malcador came near, but not beside him. For a few breaths, the whole Imperium felt perfectly aligned. War, myth, authority, victory, father, sons, all drawn into one flawless imperial image. Horus stood nearest. He had earned that place so visibly that no one present could honestly deny it. Ulanor had become his campaign in the minds of too many men to count. He carried its victory not as a boast, but as a natural extension of the command gravity he had spent years perfecting. Standing at the Emperor's side above the triumphal avenue, he looked like the answer to every question the Crusade had asked of its greatest son. Magnificent without strain, composed without coldness, beloved by officers, admired by warriors, legible to mortals in ways the Emperor rarely chose to be. If empire required a human face that could still contain transhuman scale, Horus wore it. The acclaim rose when the Emperor named him before the assembled hosts. It began with the lunar wolves and spread outward through army blocks, mechanicum enclaves, command galleries, and the packed terraces where remembrancers leaned over their rails like starving men at a feast. Horus Lupercal, victor of Ulanor, first among the recovered sons, the voice of the Emperor in war. Marek felt the roar enter the paving underfoot and come back up through bone. Men believed in this moment because it explained too much too elegantly not to. The Crusade's greatest victory under the Emperor's greatest son. The old center and the new center joined in one act of public exaltation. For one breath, perhaps two, the whole Imperium felt not merely victorious, but coherent. The triumph of Ulanor is remembered as the moment the Great Crusade stood at its height, when Horus was publicly exalted after the Ulanor victory before being named War Master. Then the blow landed. The Emperor did not crown Horus son, heir, or successor in any form men might have secretly longed to hear. He bestowed a title instead, War Master. The word crossed the avenue and changed every face beneath it. Not all at once, perhaps. Some cheered first from reflex or ignorance. Some took a moment to understand the exact architecture of the thing. But Marek saw the realization spread in widening circles. War Master meant commander, proxy, burden bearer, the one who would continue the crusade in the Emperor's stead. It was a title of supreme power, yes, but also of delegation. The father had not come to say, "You are what comes after me." He had come to say, "Do the work while I go elsewhere." The cheers faltered and then redoubled, louder from discipline than innocence. Horus accepted with splendor. That was perhaps the greatest proof of him. Whatever struck through him in that instant, whatever private wound opened under the armor of public grace, none of it reached his posture. He knelt when the title was given, and rose wearing it, as if it had always waited for his shoulders. He saluted the gathered armies. He took the oaths of obedience from commanders and brothers. He stood magnificent in the center of the acclaim, while the hidden edge of the appointment went in under the ribs and remained there, because the Emperor was leaving. That announcement came almost at once, and hit harder for the closeness of its timing. There would be no long basking in Ulanor's perfect geometry. no extended season of father and son ruling victory together. The Emperor would return to Terra. Horus would command the Great Crusade in his absence. The sons would obey the War Master. The military future of the Imperium would pass into Horus's hands, even as its civil future increasingly drifted toward Terra, Malcador, and the machinery of administration. After Ulanor, Horus was elevated to War Master, while the Emperor withdrew to Terra for his secret labor on the Webway project, and the Council of Terra assumed growing responsibility for civilian governance as military command remained with Horus and the War Council. Marek looked then not at Horus, but at the Primarchs around him. One smiled with calculated courtesy that concealed little. Another stood as if carved from the concept of disapproval. One seemed almost wounded on Horus's behalf. One did not bother to hide his irritation. Another, perhaps wiser than the rest, simply watched the Emperor as if the true event lay not in Horus's elevation, but in the fact of the father's retreat. Brotherhood had become openly strategic in the space of a few breaths. Pride gave way to alignment. Alignment gave way to future grievance. It all happened beneath banners and applause, which somehow made it uglier. Marek's own reaction came slower and cut deeper. He saw, suddenly, that this was how the Emperor preferred to govern emotion in his sons. Public elevation, private withholding, gift and wound in the same hand. Horus was being granted the greatest military office in the Imperium at the exact moment he was being denied what mattered more to the part of him that still lived as son before all titles. Continued nearness, explanation, inclusion in the hidden labor on Terra. He was being handed a kingdom instead of an answer. Later, away from the avenue and the choreographed roar, the triumph continued in lesser chambers, where its emotional residue thickened rather than eased. Remembrances flooded the galleries seeking words, poses, witness fragments, and privileged descriptions of Horus's face when the title was bestowed. Administrators and legal adepts carried new packets of authority from office to office. Iterators were already being briefed on updated formulas of address, revised compliance language, and how to speak of the War Master in ways that magnified the title while leaving the Emperor's supremacy untouched. The bureaucracy bred in victory, like mold in warmth. Keel found Marek in one such gallery where functionaries were assigning new civil delegates to fleets not yet detached from the Ulanor muster. "So this is how it happens," the colonel said. "How what happens?" Keel gestured with 2 fingers toward a side hall, where remembrancers, iterators, and administrators moved in colliding streams around a knot of quartermasters and heralds. "We bleed a world to death, and before its ash settles, the clerks arrive to inherit it." Marek looked through the archway toward the outer parade grounds, where the banners still moved over the ruined city. They were always coming. Yes. Keel's face hardened. But now even the Primarchs can see them. In a private reception vault not long after, Marek witnessed Horus at closer remove than the Triumphal had allowed. Malaghurst hovered near him, with the careful attentiveness of one who understood how dangerous honors could be when they arrived wrapped in too many eyes. Horus dismissed one delegation after another with flawless grace. Naval magnates, army marshals, remembrancer envoys, mechanicum adepts seeking confirmation of command precedence under the new structure. To each, he gave exactly what was required: assurance, gravity, humor, command. Only once, when the chamber briefly emptied between formal audiences, did the mask shift. Marek was not meant to see it. Horus stood near the viewport. Ulanor's smoke and processional lights reflected across the glass, and for one suspended second, the War Master looked neither triumphant nor burdened, but solitary, not crushed, something subtler, as if he had been publicly made immense and privately made aware of the distance still withheld from him. He spoke without turning. "You have that look again, Iterator." Marek knew at once Horus had sensed him lingering by the outer threshold. He stepped forward and bowed. "My lord, do not call me that as if the title were older than the moment." Horus turned then, and the smile he offered was almost genuine. "Tell me what you are thinking." Marek hesitated only briefly. Horus had always preferred dangerous honesty to ornamental safety, or wished men to believe he did. "I think the Imperium has just celebrated a victory and a separation in the same breath." Horus studied him. "Go on." "The hosts adore you. The title is deserved. Yet the Emperor's departure wounds the occasion, even as it magnifies it." Horus's gaze moved back to the viewport. "You make it sound like a funeral spoken over a coronation." "I speak only what the room feels, my lord." At that, Horus gave a low laugh with no mirth in it. "That is why iterators are kept at a distance from honest men's appetites. You are too skilled at smelling the rot inside laurels." He rested one hand on the stone sill. Outside, mechanized cranes moved in the lower plazas, where Orc ruin was already being reshaped into the architecture of memory. "My father thinks in scales beyond affection," Horus said quietly. "I know this. I have always known it. Yet there are moments when knowledge and acceptance are not the same." Marek said nothing. Horus turned his head slightly, not enough to make the exchange intimate, but enough to make it human. "He has given me command of his armies," he said, "the greatest trust available. Yes, and still it tastes just now a little like dismissal." There it was. Not rebellion, not self-pity, not yet anything so crude. Only the first clean articulation of the wound. Marek felt its significance like a pressure change before a storm. "He may believe this is proof of faith," Marek said. Horus smiled then, smaller and harsher. "My father believes many things are improved by not being explained." When the private audience ended, the machinery resumed. The next days saw proclamations everywhere, new remembrance billets, new compliance supplements, new command hierarchies signed in the War Master's name and countersealed by Terra. Malcador's agents expanded their offices under the new order, laying rails for the Council of Terra's civilian dominion, even as the war hosts prepared to disperse under Horus's command. Many among the legions and the mortal military already sensed what this meant. The empire they had carved by force would increasingly be ruled by councils, adepts, judges, tithe collectors, and civil mandarins who had not stood in breach smoke, with bolter recoil bruising the bones. The early Council of Terra represented the Imperium's first serious turn toward civilian government, and the growing power of administrators, adepts, and tithe structures became a grievance for many military leaders and primarchs in the Crusade's closing years. At last, the departure came. The Emperor's fleet rose from Ulanor in ordered majesty, lifting from a world still half on fire. Processional gunships ascended through columns of smoke. Custodian vessels climbed in gold-lit silence. The massive flagships turned toward the dark routes back to Terra, while below them banners snapped over a victory city laid across fresh graves. The assembled hosts stood in formal lines to witness the going. No one spoke too loudly. Even celebration had limits before an absence of that scale. Horus stood at the highest observation terrace, with the wind moving his cloak and the ash of Ulanor drifting around his armor like spent incense. He did not wave. He did not call out. He simply watched as the ships bearing the Emperor away became smaller against the black, and then were only lights among other lights. Marek stood far enough back to grant the War Master the fiction of solitude, though not the fact of it. At length, the last of the Emperor's fleet burned outward toward Terra. Horus kept staring after it. He looked, Marek thought, less like a son who had been answered than a son handed a kingdom in place of one. The wars did not stop after Ulanor. That was the first betrayal of triumph. The banners had risen, the title had been bestowed, The remembrances had already begun carving the victory into forms neat enough for memory to accept, and still the fleet lanes continued to burn. Orders continued to go out, expeditionary routes adjusted, compliance indices updated, tithes recalculated. Men died beneath alien skies and on human streets far from Ulinor's smoking crown, while the word triumph was still damp in the mouths of those who had spoken it loudest. Marek Voss felt the rot not in one grand revelation, but in the texture of routine. A world was threatened, a world submitted, another resisted, another was reduced. Transports moved, legal seals were affixed, shrine doors welded shut, governors hanged, archives burned or copied or amended according to use. Army battalions rotated through holding zones with the dead still uncollected beyond the wire. Mechanicum retrieval cadres moved through ruins before the screaming finished. Iterators descended with packets of approved language and left with census records, confiscation ledgers, and civic creeds that sounded increasingly interchangeable from one compliant world to the next. It all worked. That was the second betrayal. Under Horus, the machinery of war did not falter. It became cleaner, faster, more responsive. The War Master's gift had always been synthesis. The making of enormity seemed manageable by the force of his mind and person together. He read logistics as readily as he read men. He knew when to strike and when to pause just long enough that a frightened ruler would mistake conditional mercy for dignity. He could bend legion pride, army resentment, mechanicum abstraction, and the dead weight of bureaucracy into temporary coherence simply by standing at the center of the knot and making everyone believe he already understood their grievances before they voiced them. Marek saw it during the pacification of Delugan, a manufactorial satellite realm on the rimward marches whose ruling councils had delayed tithe compliance by dressing greed in the language of local necessity. The old pattern would have been simple: ultimatum, strike, compliance, replacement. Horus altered the tempo and made the lesson sharper. He let the councils convene one final time under the illusion that their argument still mattered. He let their envoys speak of supply burden, regional obligations, inherited law, and the need for accommodation under the War Master's new order. Then he showed them, with exquisite courtesy, that all those words had already been measured and priced against the value of a public demonstration. When the orbital guns fired, they spared the central manufactoria and cut down the old Senate towers instead. When the lunar wolves landed, they did not massacre the worker districts. They sealed them and marched straight through the civic quarter, executing only the ministers, militia lords, and void guild patriarchs, whose names had been entered into the War Master's slate before the first assault boat breached atmosphere. When the compliance decree was read, Horus himself stood in the broken council chamber, while sparks fell from the blasted dome overhead, and his voice moved through the wreckage with the grave generosity of a king correcting wayward vassals rather than a conqueror who had just rearranged the hierarchy of an entire world in under 6 hours. "Your labor remains useful," he told the kneeling survivors. "Your machines remain useful. Your people remain useful. What is no longer useful is the fiction that usefulness gives you leverage against mankind's destiny." The world submitted with all the efficiency of a throat learning where the knife now rested. Men called it brilliant. They were right. That did not cleanse it. Later that same night, after the new governor had been appointed from among the most obedient of the remaining technocrats, and after the executions in the Central Avenue had concluded, Marek stood beside Horus on a balcony overlooking the forge fields. The War Master had won another campaign with scarcely a wasted shell. Below them, Delugan glowed red through its own smoke, productive already, conquered more by timing than by slaughter. "You are thinking too loudly again," Horus said. Marek had long since learned that those words were not truly rebuke. They were invitation dressed in command. "I was thinking that your victories leave less visible ruin than some of your brothers," Marek said. Horus looked out over the furnace lines. That is because visible ruin is not always the most efficient kind. You say that as if mercy and restraint are no more than accounting variants. Horus's smile never reached his eyes. Everything in Empire is accounting, Iterator. Blood is merely the currency men are most reluctant to call by its proper name. Marek studied him in the red reflected light. He was still magnificent, still readable to mortals in ways the Emperor had never troubled himself to be. Still the only Primarch who could stand before a hall of generals, remembrancers, adepts, and killers, and make each feel his role had meaning. Yet beneath that command grace, something in him had changed since Ulanor. Every order seemed touched by a private subtraction. Every triumph cast a shadow whose shape suggested the same unanswered thought. He had been trusted with power. He had not been trusted with truth. That knowledge followed him through every campaign like a second and invisible heraldry. The other fractures spread in his wake, though not always by his hand. Marek heard Lorgar's humiliation whispered in more places than the word-bearers could possibly have reached. Not openly, never so bluntly as that, but among officers, among remembrancers who delighted in danger without fully understanding it, among certain iterators who mistook cynicism for insight, the story lived on as proof that public shame was part of the Emperor's discipline where sons were concerned. Magnus's wound lingered too, not in direct mention of Nicaea, but in the changed tone with which psychers were discussed, and in the tightness among those who had once believed the Great Crusade might expand human mastery rather than narrow it. Angron's hatred travelled ahead of the 12th, like smoke from a furnace no one could extinguish. World-eaters arrived on some fronts, not as fellow exemplars of conquest, but as proof that a broken Primarch could still be pointed like a weapon, so long as enough worlds remained to spend him against. And beneath all of it went the quieter, more poisonous currents. Army men who had bled on 100 worlds now watched civilian functionaries, remembrancer cadres, tithe officers, iterators, and legal adepts arrive sooner after each compliance, more numerous every season, more certain that administration was the true shape of empire and war only the regrettable prelude. Astartes, even the proudest and most disciplined, had begun to ask in private corridors whether the imperium they were building would belong to them at all once the killing was complete. Some said it with bitterness, some with mere curiosity, some with the cold indifference of weapons, noticing that peace might regard them as clutter. Colonel Adrast Keel said it more plainly than most. They were aboard a transfer station over a compliant ocean world whose old coral temples were even then being smashed into aggregate for new harbour works. Keel stood at a viewport, watching labour columns dragged from the lower docks to embarkation holds, bound for some half-named frontier. The warriors are becoming an inconvenience before the war is even done, he said. Marek leaned against the bulkhead beside him. You have said as much before. Yes. Keel watched the labour lines without blinking. It has become truer. Through the thick glass, the sea shone hard blue beneath orbital shadows. Cargo pinnaces moved like insects over the water. On the station decks below them, white-robed civil inspectors checked manifests, while army veterans with fresh graft scars waited for delayed transport and were told, for the 4th or 5th time that day, to remain patient. Once, Keel said, we were told we bled so mankind might be reunited. Now every briefing smells of quotas, councils, revised statutes, and the rights of offices no one ever mentioned when the bolter fire was thick. I begin to suspect the species will be handed from warlords to clerks without ever being asked if the exchange means anything. Marek thought of Delogan, of Hesperax, of Varos and Sidranor, of all the worlds rendered compliant not into some luminous human commonwealth, but into manageable entries on widening ledgers. Perhaps the exchange has always been the point, he said. Keel turned and stared at him as if the answer had offended him more because he believed it. The iterators had changed enough by then that Marek no longer recognized the office he had once imagined he served. Young cadres arrived trained less in persuasion than in imposition. They carried pre-assembled doctrinal packages keyed to resistance type, civic complexity, and tithe category. Their speeches were shorter, their legal annexes longer. They spoke of education and unity, while accompanied by archive seizure teams and population auditors. They no longer attempted to understand conquered peoples, not even enough to overwrite them elegantly. They installed obedience modules the way a mechanicum servitor might install a new command wafer. The old artistry of ideological conquest had become an industrial product. And still, the imperial truth remained the official creed. That was what finally broke something in Marek. Not the violence alone. He had seen too much for violence by itself to surprise him anymore. It was the contradiction, the endless insistence on reason, enforced by methods that depended more heavily each year on spectacle, reverence, suppression, and fear. Atheism proclaimed from monumental dais arrangements that treated the emperor with a gravity no god had ever been denied. Human unity preached while compliant worlds were taught, again and again, that they existed chiefly as tithe reservoirs and recruitment grounds. Superstition condemned while remembrancers curated legends, while sons knelt before fathers in public ritual humiliations, while fleets moved to liturgies of secular inevitability, so ornate they had become religion by another name. Reason enforced by myth, atheism enforced by reverence, unity enforced by terror. The imperial truth, Marek realized, was not being contradicted by accident. It was being hollowed out by the very empire that claimed to embody it. The moment of realization came not in a hall of revelation, but during another compliance. The world was called Boros Gate, a mining polity governed by oligarchic guildmasters who worshipped the sealed dead of their shaft tombs and had delayed accession long enough to be marked for correction. The campaign was brutally efficient, even by current standards. Orbital strikes sealed the deep transit lifts and suffocated 2 lower hab stacks by accident or indifference, the distinction already gone meaningless. Astartes' shock elements took the guild citadel in 20 minutes and executed its guards along the ore conveyors. Army garrisons spread through the worker districts with stun batons, bayonets, and fuel truncheons, dragging men from shrine caves while their children watched through wire fences. Mechanicum extraction teams descended into the mines before the main resistance cells were finished burning, claiming drilling engines and isotope cores under the authority of future necessity. Marek, in full iterator black, stood in the central yard with a slate in one hand and a squad of military police behind him, while he announced the end of the tomb rites, the abolition of hereditary shaft claims, the mandatory surrender of all relic masks, and the rededication of the mines to the broader destiny of mankind. As he spoke, workers knelt in the ore dust because bayonet lines required them to kneel. As he spoke, remembrancer picked lenses turned toward him to record the new law. As he spoke, bodies still swung from the conveyor struts where the Astartes had left them. He heard his own voice, cold and flawless, and knew it no longer described a truth of any kind. It described force, seeking a language noble enough to outlive the memory of how force had been applied. When the reading ended, a little old man in miner's goggles, hands still black with ground-deep grease, looked up from the dust and asked Marek in a voice too broken to be defiant, "If your truth is so reasonable, why must it always arrive with guns?" Marek had no sanctioned answer left. He left the old man alive, which was perhaps the only rebellion he still possessed. The final council convened aboard the Vengeful Spirit, and by then, even the chambers of command felt worn from holding together too many irreconcilable purposes. Male officers, strategists, captains, quartermasters, tithe factors, iterator superiors, and a knot of legion representatives stood around the great pit while the next phase of the crusade flickered in layered stars and notation chains. New campaigns, detached compliances, garrison burdens, civil petitions from Terra, disputes with the Council, requests for remembrance of billets, demands for more army mass, demands for fewer civilian interferences, complaints from Mechanicum enclaves about damaged gene stock and rushed implantation quotas, complaints from the army that they were being asked to hold 5 conquered worlds for everyone they had the bodies to secure. The room was full of competent men, and not one of them seemed able to answer the simplest question anymore. What was the Crusade for now that the Emperor himself had stepped away from it? No one asked it openly at first. Men of power almost never do. Instead, they circled it. A Void Admiral spoke of finishing the Reconquest map before frontier drift hardened into a new age of fragmentation. An army marshal said the Reconquest would mean nothing if every compliant world was held by stretched garrisons and governed by despised tithe edicts. A Mechanicum factor insisted the true future lay in securing technical recoveries before administrative burdens consumed all available resources. One of the Lunar Wolves said, too softly for comfort, that perhaps the future lay in discovering whether the Imperium still possessed a future other than continuation for its own sake. Malaghurst silenced that line of inquiry with practiced calm and returned the chamber to business. Yet the question remained in the air like static before a strike. Horus listened to it all from the War Master's throne. When he finally spoke, the room obeyed as it always did. That remained his greatness. He could still make the machine function by force of clarity and command alone. Fleets were reassigned, petition chains cut or redirected, compliance priorities adjusted, army reinforcements reweighted towards sectors actually at risk rather than politically fashionable. A legion dispute was ended by one look and one sentence. He solved the room. He did not answer its deeper sickness. Afterward, when most had gone, Marek found him alone with the hololithic stars. "You look exhausted, my lord," Marek said. Horus did not glance away from the map. "That is because I am surrounded by men who want answers from a throne built for orders. And you?" At that, Horus finally looked at him. The old warmth remained in fragments. The rest had cooled into something harder. "I command more power than any man but my father has ever wielded," he said. "Every fleet attends. Every Primarch is meant to obey. Every compliant world is brought under my signature for one purpose or another. Yet all of it circles a silence. I was trusted to carry the sword, not to know why the hand that forged it has left the battlefield." Marek did not answer. Horus looked back to the stars. "Do you know what is worst?" "What?" "That I continue to admire him for it." On Terra, far from the fleets and their growing disquiet, the custodian who had once forced Marek to watch Mount Ararat stood again in silence before the inner wards of the palace. The path below him was lined not with banners or triumphal statues, but with labor, endless labor, gene-locked gates, null fields, machine wards, excavation scars beneath the oldest foundations of empire. Tech adepts moved in processions that never looked up. Silent sisters passed through the corridors like living absences. The air hummed with caged force, and old architecture being driven towards some greater, hidden purpose. Deep below, where no ordinary voice was permitted to carry, the Emperor labored at a work larger than the suns he had set across the galaxy. The custodian saw only fragments, never the whole design. A gate that was not merely a gate. A road meant to free mankind from roots through nightmare. A project whose secrecy was now so complete, it had become its own form of violence against those denied it. He watched the master of mankind for one brief moment through layers of guarded light. The Emperor did not look up. That, more than anything, told the custodian the true scale of the work. The Crusade had not been abandoned because it no longer mattered. It had been set aside because something greater in his mind had overtaken even victory among the stars. Suns, worlds, fleets, councils, resentments, All of them had been subordinated to a labor whose necessity he considered beyond explanation. The custodian felt neither surprise nor comfort in that, only certainty. On the frontier once more, Horus won another campaign. It was against a cluster of hard-fighting human redoubts, clinging to the myth that local sovereignty still meant anything in a galaxy already webbed by imperial fleet lanes. The War Master broke them with elegance. Their void chain collapsed under disciplined feints. Their capital submitted only after being shown 3 separate futures and discovering that each ended with the same banner over its administrative quarter. Horus accepted the surrender personally. He praised the courage of the defeated commander. He spared the worker districts. He preserved the orbital yards. The campaign was hailed as exemplary by every remembrancer who mattered and every bureaucrat who wished his name attached to success. The praise rang through the strategium and across the voxnets. Marek heard it and felt how empty it had become. Not because the victory was false, because every triumph now sounded like a bell rung over a chapel already cracked through its foundations. The galaxy lay mostly conquered. The fleet still obeyed. The War Master still commanded brilliantly. The suns still stood where duty placed them. Terror still burned with hidden purpose. Yet under it all ran a knife-edge tension no proclamation could soothe. Lorgar's shame had not vanished. Magnus's wound had not healed. Angron's hatred still screamed through the 12th. Army men still believed they were being replaced in the very empire their dead had purchased. Astartes still suspected peace would look upon them as relics of a necessary brutality it preferred not to remember. The imperial truth still spoke in a voice growing hollower. Each year it denied the shape of its own contradictions. No open treachery had declared itself. No brother had raised his hand against brother in the full sunlight yet. That made the stillness worse. In the final watch of that campaign season, Marek stood alone in the observation blister of a courier vessel running between command groups. The void beyond was immense and patient. Across it burned the lights of fleet traffic, in numbers too large to hold cleanly in one mind. 1,000,000 points of motion and station keeping, translation readiness, convoy drift, patrol arcs, mustering chains, compliance flotillas, garrison routes, warships, supply hulks, remembrancer transports, mechanicum carriers, army barges, courier lances. The arteries of the Great Crusade still glowed with obedience. For now. He watched them burning across the darkness like candles before a storm, and understood that loyalty, too, could be a kind of weather waiting to break.